Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry for the inconvenience. I think we're just going to stay on Zoom for the remainder of this afternoon. So we have about almost 40 people on now, about 35 on now. So let us get started. Shruthika, sorry for the interruption. Go ahead and kind of redo just the last slide that you had done before, and then we can keep going.
Yeah, so what I was saying before, a vocalist could use this app because sometimes when a vocalist will sing, they sing too loud and you can't hear the metronome anymore, which gets hard because then you still tend to rush even if you're using a metronome. So this helps you because the instruments are playing at basically the same volume as you are singing or playing. So it'll help vocalists or violinists practice. I'm not really sure how a Mridangam artist could use this because I don't play the Mridangam. But I know a vocalist or violinist could use this to help practice, keep a steady beat, and practice with the Mridangam. So to create korvais and rhythms, you can do that on this app, but it does require a payment. So you can do that. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shruthika. Sorry, big thank you to you to kind of maintain. I know we kind of lost it in between with the technology. So thanks so much for kind of keeping calm and talking about your presentation. Everybody, I guess now that we're on Zoom, everybody can give her a virtual applause. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, anyone have any questions for Shruthika about the Jalra app? You can go ahead and unmute your mic and share those now.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Would it be possible for you to share by email all the apps so that if we have not taken notes, we can then go and get those later?
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, we'll definitely share the apps, the names, and the links to those afterwards.
You can send to the SRGMPDN email list that you normally send.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if we're done, if nobody has any other questions, we'll move to the final presentation. Taarun, you want to introduce yourself and then introduce your app?
Yeah. Hello, my name is Taarun Ganesh, and I'm a rising 6th grader. I would like to thank SRGMPDN Group for giving me this opportunity to present my app, Shale Abhyas. This is the homepage of this app. This app automatically filters out all songs it has on the app, such as demo songs, pitch, type of composition, talam, raga. You may have noticed a little search button in the corner. If you know the song that you want to listen to, then you can just search it up. This app is available on both the App Store and Play Store. We are going to focus on the demo songs category. Once clicking on demo songs, you are left with 3 songs they give you free access to. If you look closely, you'll notice that they're not only vocal solos, but veena solos and violin solos. So this is not only for vocalists, it's also for instrument players. Let's listen to Narayanan Chinanu as it's the one vocal song. Now we've gone to Narayanan Chinanu. Let's listen to the song with the metronome, or as you hear, the jalra. You may choose to hear without the jalra, but I would recommend keeping it on because it will help if you're decoding the talam.
What are you doing?
Okay. So you can listen to this song in a slower or faster tempo. So let's say you want to learn a song from Shale Abhyas. If the song is a little fast, you can slow it down to your tempo. If you like it the way it is, or you just want to listen to it, then you can just say it in original, which is the mode it will be in when you first click on it. We will see this lyrics button on the next slide. Let's listen to it in a faster speed. Can you hear the difference? Here we have just clicked on the lyrics button. You will be able to listen to the full lyrics to the song. You can see these lyrics on the outside the window of the song, so the song will play in the background while you can look at the lyrics. There's a little info symbol in the corner. Let's click on that. This info button has the full details to the song: composer, ragam, talam, what pitch they sing it in, and finally what language it is in. Even if it's not all the language, most of it at least. So now we've gone back to the homepage really quickly, and instead of clicking on demo songs, we have clicked on recent releases. To be able to listen to all songs, you must pay. After you have paid, you will be able to listen to all songs that they have. They are still constantly updating the app, so even if you have paid, you might still not be able to listen to the song. And that's because they have not released the song yet. This is the languages category. As you can see, these are the filters and the different languages songs are written in. Mani Pravalam in Carnatic music is a composition in more than one language. Mani means ruby and Pravalam means choral. Others are the normal languages that we know have composition in it. This is the category section. This adds to the fact that there are not only vocal songs, but instrumental songs too. In addition, there's flute solos, duets, mandolin solos, nagaswaram, veena, and much more. So even if you cannot get a vocal piece of the song that you want to listen to, you can still listen to an instrumental piece of the song, so you can sing along. It would be like having an online accompanist. This is good in lockdown especially, because you can still keep your concert skills sharp. Thank you for listening to me. Enjoy the festival.
Thanks, Taarun, for your presentation. Shale Abhyas is a very unique app. I don't think we saw when we downloaded it, there were too many users, but it looks like they have some unique features. Do any of the participants have any questions? Please unmute your mic right now. Okay, so I guess hadn't heard any questions. So let's, with that, I'd like to thank all the 5 presenters that we had. Presenters, can you just show your videos so that we can see the 5 of you? There we go. So Taarun, Shreeya, Shruthika, Sahana, Adarsh, can you all please show your screen so we can see you? Okay, thanks so much, everybody. Everybody, please give them a virtual round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Okay, so we will, it's 3 o'clock, so we will go ahead and move on to our next event, which is a violinist perspective, and which is moderated by Kamalakiran. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So the next event will be moderated by Kamalakiran. I'm going to let Kamalakiran introduce himself and then the participants for the event.
And we all have screen sharing enabled, right?
Yes, anyone can screen share.
Okay, so hello, namaskaram to everyone. So we're talking about a violinist perspective, and that's a pretty broad term, a broad topic for a lecture. But I think a lot of the work has been put in by Padmini, Gopinath, Sanjith, Narayanan, Visesh, Uppoor, and Vasan. So could you all just unmute, show your video so that everyone knows that you're here? Okay, yeah. Hi. All right, so basically this event is mainly to be able to talk about how a violinist, and of course this can be used for anyone's respective instruments. So please do extrapolate this in whichever way you can, whether it's for vocal, flute, veena, any instrument that you guys play. But it's more about practice methods and how we prepare. And a question that I often get is, how do you practice? What do you do during your practice? There's a musical element, there's a technique element, and what exactly is the way to go about practicing as a violinist? And so I'll let them take it away, and I'll interject whenever necessary.
So should I screen share?
Yeah, Sanjith, could you screen share?
Yeah, sure. Can everyone see it?
Yeah.
All right, so our topic for today is the implementation of violin techniques and practice methods, and it's by me, Sanjith Narayanan, and then the rest of you can introduce yourselves.
Yeah, me, Visesh Uppoor.
Padmini, and then
I'm Vasan.
And you're all students of...
Yeah, we're all students of Shreeya, Kamalakiran, Vinjamuri, and Sruthi.
and Shreeya.
Yeah,
So essentially, we've tried to break this down into like two parts of the lectum. So the first part, we'll be talking more about what exercises we do as violinists and what we practice. And the second half will be more of how we apply those exercises in like a concert environment.
Okay, can you hear me clearly now? Okay, so like Sanjith said, our lectum today is focused on practice methods, and we're going to classify and split them into two, and those into various subtopics. And the first subtopic being octaves and octave exercises. So there are 4 octaves on the violin. If
Padmini, your audio is apparently not that clear.
Oh, I don't know if I can fix that. Does the video work?
Video is fine.
Can you hear me? I don't know.
It's very feeble. Can you move closer?
Okay. This is like the closest I can go. Like,
Yeah, that's fine. This is good right now, whatever you just did.
So, Sanjith, can you go back a slide? Yeah. So, like I said earlier, there are 4 octaves in the Carnatic violin. So the first one is the Manthasthai, which is from low sa to sa, normal sa. And then our next octave, chronologically, is the Madhyamasthai, which is from. Yeah. And then our third octave is the Tadasthai, which is from. Yeah, there. And chronologically so on and so forth. The last octave is the Atitadasthai. And so there are various exercises we can use to ensure Shruti Suddham, clarity, purity, and speed of every single note. And this is also connected in the other subtopics we're going to talk about, as they're all intertwined with one another. So some of the exercises we included are just basic Sarli verse, Janta verse, Dhatu verse, and Alankarams played in 4 different tandis or 4 different strings in various different ragams as well as various different speeds. So basically a demonstration of this would just be Maya Malagala Alankarams from the sa to the higher sa in the
Could you
upper octave.
demonstrate?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So that's basically one type of exercise. Another type of exercise is
So
in
let
the
me interject here. So one thing I think that should be said, all of the practice methods that we are going to talk about coming up, they're all intertwined. So these all ensure gamakam shuddham, shruti shuddham, bowing, clarity, different speeds, all of these things, they're all intertwined. And the goal of it is when you have whatever musical idea you have in your head, you should be able to reproduce that and execute it clearly, regardless of what that phrase is, who you're playing for. Because as violinists, we have to accompany so many different styles, and many people, I mean, if you listen to old concerts of BMK, Balamuli Krishna's, and like many artists, they'll go at least 3 octaves without any hesitance, and you can listen to how great masters have accompanied them. And so in order to be able to have that control, this is the practice exercises that we do. And you will see Sarali Verse, Janta Verse, Dhatu Verse, Alankarams in almost every single exercise that they do demonstrate. And it's largely on the student to be able to decide what ragam they want to do it in, what speed they want to do it in, because it depends on really what your weakness is and what you're trying to improve on. And yeah, I just wanted to say that that's the point of all of this whole lectern.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of these basic exercises, as students and given our beautiful moderator, we can create our own exercises. So like the second bullet point shows Sarigama pa sa ni da pa ma, rigama pa da ni da pa ma ga, gama pa da ni da pa ma ga, ma pa da ni sa, pa ma ga ni sa. So this exercise is kind of created to be sure and enable yourselves to play on all 4 octaves, as well as the jump between fa to sa, or the to ni, and like the to re, or coming down from that octave in various different strings. So I'll try demonstrating this. Once again, I still have to practice more myself as a violinist, so I'll try demonstrating this to the best I can. So I'll demonstrate this slow first, and then I'll increase this.
Why don't you do it on 1 string first?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go on to the
You just want me to, okay, yeah. So you can do the same exercise in the higher octaves. Yeah, so clearly
all of these things take a lot of practice to be able to play perfectly, and that's the point of this. And we're just showing quick demos of how it would be, and just a little bit about Sanjith. Go back to the previous slide. Just a little bit about this exercise. If people know the song Shri Natadi Guru Guho, in the Anupallavi, Nana prapancha vichitra karo sarigama pa sanida pama rigama pada ida pamaga. I basically took it from there, and I was like, okay, obviously there's some musical significance to it, but technically how could that be used? And the reason I'm saying this is because almost all these exercises can be found within songs. and you can find a way to take from those songs and practice. So don't ever think that there's nothing to practice, because it's very difficult to do this, especially in the higher octave with these types of jumps and in different ragams. So anyways, if anyone has any questions, please do, as we go on, type it in the chat, and then we'll try to answer them in the end. But yeah, we can go on to the next exercise.
So the next kind of classification we made for these exercises are, as we call the finger spacing exercises. And so the logic behind these is that because various ragas require different formations of your fingers and different orders in which which fingers you have to use for which notes and whatever changes between the ragams, it sometimes becomes hard to be able to know exactly, okay, which finger goes here, and then how to be able to jump between notes. And because of that, there are these exercises which allow you to increase your proficiency in playing these notes with different fingers and for different ragams, regardless of how you have to, which fingers you have to use for which places. And by doing these exercises, you'll hopefully be able to play these different ragams more easily and using these different fingers, and be able to play them quickly or whatever speed is required. And so some examples of these exercises are, like Kamalakiran said earlier, Alankaram Dhatu verses. You'll find them for pretty much all of these exercises, and that's on purpose because they are such good patterns. But specifically to make it an almost finger spacing exercise, you can do these Alankarams and Dhatu verses in difficult ragams on violin. So ragams where it's a little more difficult to move your fingers to the correct positions due to however they are. So an example we have is Gopriya here, and I'll just play the Aram over.
And before you go on, again, the reason we're so the Gopriya example, it's for finger spacing. This isn't necessarily like, okay, someone is going to sing Gopriya, you have to be able to play it on stage. That's not really the point of it. The point is, if we're able to do this, then there's so many ragams like Ranjani. Any violinist knows that there are certain ragams we just do not like if people give it on, if we have to play them, just because of the odd spacing of the fingering. So if you're able to just take this and practice, it'll help with anything you really play.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just play that Aram. So if you notice that this ragam is special because it's the notes are equally spaced, but it also means that the notes you play on the sa string versus the notes you play on the pa string, they're half notes apart. Or so it means you have to use the same fingers for different notes, which makes it a little difficult to play quickly because you have to use the same finger and you have to change a position on the fingerboard.
So for example, can you just show your violin like this? Just show it like this. Okay. So in the Dhatu verse, you have sama gama riga sari. For the second one, ri da ma da. We're using ri and da both with the index finger, and they're basically opposites on the violin. So whatever you play on this string, we have to move it in time on the pa string to be able to play it properly, and that's almost impossible if you do it on higher speeds. So these types of exercises really do help for any practice, and I'm sure it's the same for flute, veena. You will have your own finger spacing exercises that you would want to practice.
Yeah. So that's one type, and then another type or almost class of exercise is related to Grahabedam. So Grahabedam is basically shifting the tonic of a scale ragam to make it into of the scale in a ragam to make it into another ragam scale wise, even though you're actually playing the notes of one ragam. And so because that involves you shifting the tonic, it also means that you have to think about the spacing of the notes in order to play that new ragam in Grahabedam. So due to that since it's related to the finger spacing and how you have to think about the spacing between notes, playing Alankaram, Dhatu verses, and Varnams, which I'll play one, in Grahabedam allow you to more proficiently and fluently practice thinking about your positions that your fingers have to be just based on the spacing of notes.
So for example, if you would take a Varnam like, let's take Todi, or I don't know, do you have an example prepared to show?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it.
Okay, yeah. So this. Okay, so this sa is here. So Shankarabharanam will be. But and then Karaharapri. But if you play Karaharapri with the ni as sa, it'll become sa di. It'll become Shankarabharanam. So you can play the Varnam. You can play.
And we're not even getting into the debate of which gamakams are okay in Grahabedam. We're not even getting into that because yes, I know there's so many schools of thought on that. But the main point of this is, regardless, this is on a completely like purely fingering basis. You should be able to do anything from any finger. Doesn't matter really what the main artist sings or what's allowed at this point. This is for practice. As long as we know that this is for practice and improving our fingering and our abilities and not directly translated onto stage as such. Because yes, we're not going to play the Shankarabharanam Varnam in Karaharappriya on stage. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. So these are just, like these. To be able to play anything is the idea with all of these exercises. So no matter what is given to you, you'll be able to play it.
Next slide.
All right, so the next slide is about maintaining speed. So maintaining speed essentially means like you're given like a certain kala pramanam or whatever, and you're able to maintain the talam with it while also making sure that you're proficient enough in all your gamakams and clarity of notes. So by doing these exercises, you'll be allowed to, like, your fingers will be faster, as I mentioned before, and more efficient. And some exercises that we can do to do this are using a metronome to play alankarams and dhatu varsa in different speeds. And we can also play varnams in different speeds. One important thing though, maintaining speed doesn't just refer to like fast speeds or higher speeds. It also can refer to slower speeds because certain songs and certain like swarams require you to also maintain precision while keeping a low speed.
And I think the other big thing that I would say here is how the gamakams change based on the speed that you're playing or singing. So, we're doing Neelambari, like you take a ragam like Neelambari and the gamakams that are required and the anuswarams required for really slow speed, we don't need to do anything. Just put a metronome and try to keep that kala pramanam and try to just play some swarams, even if it's not alankarams and dhatu varses, like not asking for Neelambari in that case, but any swarams, and just try to keep that speed with the proper gamakams and see how that, when you increase the speed to second speed or third speed, still it being Neelambari, how can you play that? And that's a musical thing and also a fingering thing, both. You want to have the musical aesthetic, but also the fingering skills to be able to play both types of gamakams.
So I'll demonstrate one of the exercises. I'll do dhatu varsa at 140 beats per minute. And you can just find a metronome like online on Google.
Oh, and of course, key is different ragams.
Yeah. I'll take my Malagala since everyone's basically doing Malagala.
Exactly. And again, when they were talking about octaves and they were talking about finger spacings, if you were to do alankarams with a metronome with in a ragam like Gopriya or Ranjani, and with in the higher octave, then you have 3 in 1, and you can mix and match all these exercises.
So something like that. I mean, I still have to practice. Like, I'm not perfect, so But something like that, if you just keep consistently doing over time, you'll be able to do it.
Quick note, kind of funny anecdote. I've been doing these practice sessions with our school and people in the community every day. And so I called my guru, Sangeeta Kalanidhi Kanyakumarima, one day. And I was like, oh, we're doing these Dr. Versailles Tristai practice from 120 to 180 BPM. Like, I was so excited to show her 180. And she was like, all right, show me when you get to 220. That was like, so the point is you can just keep on going. And again, it's not really about, I mean, all of us, I keep on saying this for every slide, but I feel like music has become kind of a, concert preparedness type of thing where like, oh, we have to prepare this for concert. And I think this time, this lockdown time, this COVID time is actually perfect in a way, because we're able to learn and master the instrument for nothing else other than the sake of learning. And I think, so yeah, if you can do 220, go to 240. As long as you know what you're doing and you're seeing the benefits of it, you will really, it pays off in the end, for sure.
Yeah, that's about it for this. I'll go to the next one.
All right, so the next slide that we're focusing on playing on one string. And playing on one string is really important, especially when playing the violin. And the goal is to master it and to have the same control on one string as on two strings. And this is really important because when switching between strings, there's a break that obstructs. And to fill up that break, mastering the skill of playing on one string is required. And there's a lot of exercises like playing on alankarams and dhatu in different ragams, playing with and without gamakas, and playing varnams on one string. And another example is when, for say example, you're playing Kalyani Alapana, and there's a phrase that you're playing, like so if you play that on two strings, there's gonna be a break that you will hear. So to fill up this break, there's you can just play on one string so that the phrase goes flawlessly and it's all in one flow. So there's also another exercise which I will demonstrate. I'll play the Saveri Varnam on one string, the first couple lines. Alright, so I just demonstrated how if you play one of these, if you play Varnams in one string, you can improve your skill of playing on one string, which is really helpful while performing or just practicing in general.
Yep. Next slide. Sanjith.
Okay, so Layam is one of the most important things of Carnatic music, and mastering its balance is really important. And there are certain exercises that help ensure talam balance and stability and bow control, especially for the violin. And doing exercises for Layam really increases mental fluidity or the ease to transition and maintain various nadis. And exercises for these are talam exercises in different talams and nadis. Now I'll do an example of a talam exercise in Mr. Chapu, and I'll explain its significance after. Taka tadi kita tum 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 taka. So the significance of this is that it's in Mr. Chapu. So if you do this exercise in Adi Talam, like taka tadi kita tum. So every beat is at the constant rate, so it's not really a problem. It's not that hard to do. But Mr. Chapu doesn't have equal beats. Every beat has different amount of aksharams. Well, not every, but
Not
some
every,
of the,
but yeah.
yeah. So it's harder to maintain saying the exercise and putting a talam at the same time. So it kind of tricks your brain. But if you practice exercises like these in a lot of practice, you can master putting talam, and this is really important because, especially for instrumentalists, uh, if you don't have talam in mind, it's going to be really hard because you can't really depend on people in the audience to put talam for you, so that if
Plus, of course, we
someone
have to. I mean, that's one thing, and two, if someone else performs, I mean, as accompanist, we have to be prepared to play back any pallavi, any type of kanakas, and those types of things. And so, unless we really have control over this, we can't. And I think this is a good point to take, a good time to take one of the questions. They're saying, can you talk about Kalpana Swaram bowing in male column or khandam where speed is involved and how to do that with clarity? So again, I think a lot of Kalpana Swaram bowing will come from alankarams and dhatu verses, because if you're able to do that crisp, that's like male column, and then doing it slow, long bows, that'll be kir column. And then even slurred, like playing the same alankaram slurred, like, just that slurred bowing will also make it much better. But for nades, this is one thing I like to do, is to take alankarams or dhatu verses and then change the emphasis on where you give or change the bowing emphasis. So for example, Chatushram 4, you have, I'm doing it without gamakam on purpose right now, just to show for simplicity's sake. You can hear the emphasis with 4. So now I'm going to do 3 for Tisram. So that would become. It does two things. It tricks your brain because you're taking something that's kind of broken into these types of, in a certain way. And it's reprogramming how you group notes together, which not only helps with bowing, but also helps with how you think about the nade in general. So you can do the same thing with khanda nade, that's 5. Like that, 5, 5, 5, so on and so forth, Vishram. And then if you take the last alankaram, like the atatala alankaram, like sari ga mama, then you have to actually keep karves in mind, and same type of exercise. Another thing to go with the Liam slide. But yeah, next slide. Oh, maintaining a range. So this is again for anybody, not just violinists. When you start to do monodharmam and you're trying to think of how to really expand your creativity, this is not, of course, again, restricted to violin. This maintaining the range is kind of a broad way to put it, but you take any ragam and it forces a certain type of creativity, whether that is in Kalpana Swarams, doing Kalpana Swarams with just one avartanam, nothing more. Keep on going with one avartanam. Then if I restrict you further and I'm saying, let's say we take Vatapi or something, and the only swarams that you can use are pa, sa, sa, ni, pa, ni, sa, ri. Let's say those are the only 4 notes that we can use, and we only have one avartanam. How many combinations can you come up with within those 4 notes? Or if you take a phrase like Nilambari, a ragam that's more phrase-based like Nilambari, same thing, within this range, like within sa to pa, keeping an emphasis on ga or ma, what exactly can you do? And you can really put these restrictions on yourselves and see how it really works out in practice, because that's really how we improve monodharmam. And I think if you all want to talk about how I do this in class, that'd be good. If Sanjith, Visesh, or Vasan, any of you guys.
Yeah, I can say something.
Yeah, sure.
So in our practices, a lot of times when we pick our ragam to play, so we did Devagandhari, so I'll say Devagandhari. You kind of take a swaram, or take a since it's more of a phrase based ragam, again, take a phrase and then using that phrase basically build off of it and do a different phrase that's similar to it but has some variation, or kind of basically do different patterns and build around that single phrase, and by doing that, or while doing that, stay in that region of notes also. So you don't go above that region of notes, you stay in that area, and you have to, it forces you to kind of think of variations on your key phrase that you already know, and then be able to combine different phrases at different locations on the violin to kind of build your alapana around a like given phrase.
And another thing I did, I think I did this in class with Sanjith the other Sanjith 2 days ago.
Yeah,
we were practicing Ragam Sriranjani. Sarigama dani sa sa ni da ma ga ri sa arohana avarohana. So basically, the restriction I put when I said when you're playing this ragam, instead of sarigama danisa, you can only go nidanisa. Sarigama nidanisa sa nidama garisa. So immediately the linear progression rigama danisa is banned, gama danisa is banned, madanisa is banned. So how are you going to go about performing a alapana or exploring the ragam with this restriction? And again, this is not something we would necessarily do on stage, but it does actually give a sense to the Manodharmam and how we really think, and it expands our creativity. And if we have time in the end, we'll give more specific examples, but I think we should go on just for time's sake right now. And if anybody wants to hear an example of an exercise with maintaining a range, then we'll do that later. There's someone who was asking about fingering for the Taris thigh, starting from Melsa. I don't really want to touch upon fingering. Only reason is because different schools and different violinists have different things that work for them. If you look at MSG, he will use usually just the middle finger to do everything, using the index and middle finger to go across all octaves. And so there's no real right fingering. I would not say that, but in the end, whatever really works when you're doing all speeds, it has to be universal. I think that's what I always say when it comes to fingering. Something that's universal, it works for different speeds, different ragams. But yes, obviously Kalyani versus Maya Malavagala will change because already the positionings change. So I'm not going to give exact examples for that just because every school has different fingerings. So I would advise just to go with Guru, what your Guru says for that. And at some point, again, and if you are at the level where you are performing and stuff, different fingerings work for different people, and that's completely okay. What works for me is not necessarily how other people do it. So that's another reason why I don't really want to touch upon exact fingerings for this. We'll go on to the next slide.
All right, so like the second half, as we mentioned before, we split it into two. So we've given the exercises now, and now we'll transition into more of like an application type, like where we'd see this in concerts, or where, like, other than just practicing, where would we see these exercises bear fruit? So the first one, we have a recording of an Abhishek Raghuram concert in which he's doing some Janaranjini Koraipu, and we'll just listen and then we'll discuss what we heard. Can everyone hear? I'm sure everyone could guess the violinist that was there, but so yeah, Kamalakiran right there, he showed like by practicing all these exercises, he was able to maintain and repeat almost exactly at the same speed and with the same precision of each note that Abhishek was doing. So yeah.
I promise this was not my choice. There are so many other people. If you want to listen to speed, please go put any MSG recording accompanying Kalyanaraman sir or Kalyanaraman sir GNV. You can see how they've all accompanied those masters. But yeah, next.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna listen to the
Yeah,
recording.
you can explain after. I'll just play it.
Implementing the
So Padmini, you want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah. So what we basically saw in the Anand Bhairavi Marivere Swaram recording is how Lalguri stuck to the range Samanguri sir sang in, and he didn't go above or beyond, and he chose the phrase that stuck out the most to him. And he also included the Viska, which is what Samanguri did in his swaram to enhance the beauty of the ragam and the bhavam within that song. So it was very cool how Lalguri did that, and basically shows how he's shadowing Samanguri while accompanying him. And it also expands his creativity because he's in a range, he has to form patterns around that range, and he can't go above or beyond that note. So it expands his creativity of forming and creating different patterns around that range of the swaram. So yeah.
All right, do you want to
Yeah,
explain?
so that was a Lalguri Jairam service recording of a Hindu Alapana. So you'll see almost like very directly how he went in at the end of his Alapana, how he went from the lower octave all the way up to the Atita Rasai octave, and was able to play it with clarity and most importantly with Shruti Shraddham the whole way up and the whole way down. So these practices allow, this is just an example in the concert how he is able to apply all those practices that he was able to do and how he improved himself to be able to do all these like crazy like all precision on all of the octaves.
And I think, oh, Padmini, go.
I mean, what's really cool about this is that we, as the Carnatic music community, we're known to think that only MSG does this, only MSG goes on these high octaves, but this shows Lalguri's capacity and his capability of even going to the
It's I mean, all of those great masters had this, and I think another thing that's important to note is that we're only listening to 30-second clips. But I mean, a lot of people say, with power comes responsibility. We're not learning all of this so that we can just play in whatever octave whenever we want. There's always a time and place, and the main reason that we practice all of this at home is so that we have the ability to do it when we need to do it. And I think that will come with experience. And so this is more about how we're just seeing how it does show off in concert, but this is more really for practice and how we can achieve this.
Yes,
because I do know that these are the exercises I've heard from MSG himself. I've been to his house, and he was telling me all the exercises that he's done, and a lot of them were, what is it that it might be an odd combination that we aren't able to do in a concert, but let's see if we can actually do it at home and see if we're able to achieve it. Because if we can, then it's just all the more control you have over the instrument. So yeah, is there another slide or? Oh yeah, there's one more. Oh, there are two more. Okay. Play this quickly and then just a minute of this. Quiz for everyone here. If you can guess the nade of what Abhishek is singing in this. Sanjith, you have to unmute. Sanjith, you have to unmute.
Like the volume for the recording is like unmute.
Am I
It's on mute.
No, now play. Now play.
sorry.
Yeah, that's good. So we'll wait to see if anyone gets the nade. Correct, Kanda nade is right. And the last recording won't take too much time, just a couple minutes. But this is an amazing concert for those who have not heard this. Please go and listen to the whole concert. 1963 Bombay, BMK sir, Lalgudi sir, and UKS sir. And these couple minutes are just an example of how the finger spacing exercises that they talked about would come into play in concert. So Sanjith, can you play this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Sanjith. So I think everyone could see that he took the Re in Kalyani and made it into Mohanam. And although we're thinking, okay, how is this different from Riga Madani Re? I mean, on the violin, we're still playing the same fingering, but you have to realize that the way the gamakams that BMK sir did sing were not Kalyani gamakams, were more of Mohanam gamakams. So now we're already, what our mind is telling us, okay, we're playing Sa, but in reality, we're playing the note Re. So already it's a mind trick, along with this finger spacing and the manipulation of the gamakam to make it sound like Mohanam is extremely difficult. So that's where the Grahabedam, Varnam exercises that we talked about earlier would come into play. I think we're running a bit short on time, but I do know that I think the next one is only at 4. So I will take, if that's okay with Sanjeev, should I take a couple more questions?
Yeah. Feel free to go for questions, yeah.
Okay. So if anyone has any questions, I think Wait, is there anything else on this slide, Sanjith, or I think we're done? Okay, so there's a couple questions. Are there any phrases, gamakams, that vocalists often sing that are particularly hard to reproduce on violin? Actually, there are a lot. Many times I find that I can sing. Although I'm not a vocalist, I was like, oh, if I could only play everything that I sang, it would be so nice. And it goes to show, I think, why most violinists or any instrumentalist should really be able to have that patagyanam and be able to sing. You don't have to be a perfect singer, but to be able to sing what you're playing is extremely important, because that's where a lot of these gamakams do come from. And if you're able to sing it, then you have kind of a vocalist perspective. And so you know how to, ironic, this is called the violinist perspective, but having that vocalist perspective is important to be able to translate that onto the violin. So I will talk about my, Gokulana asked me to talk about the Dhanama family. So definitely we'll talk about that. And then if you guys have any particular gamakams, you guys can talk about it too. So the Dhanama family gamakam in general, I think any vocalist here will already say it's hard enough to sing, because there's no real exact way to notate these anuswarams and these gamakams. Konjo karachi paadu, konjo kuda paadu, konjo, like, I mean, little lower, little higher, try to sing with this puritam, look at the kala pramanam of how they sang it, and the saveri gandharam, konjo karachi paadu. It's so abstract, there's no real scientific way to say, okay, play it lower. And then on a violin, if I'm trying to reproduce those gamakams, all I have is a little lower, a little higher, it's all trial and error. So actually, I just recently started learning the Yadukula Kamboji Atatala Varnam from Gokulana. And the continuity with which it's sung. Kamalakshi, that Kamalakshi, that continuity to get on the violin. I can't even say it in swarams. So I'll just show how that would be played for a second. That anuswaram. You can't go konjo. If I do that, it becomes the wrong anuswaram. That it's not even a gente. I don't know how to say it, because if I play it as a gente, it becomes too harsh. So it's somewhere in between. And these are things that I don't think you can really teach unless you really sing it and sing it and sing it and internalize it, and then trial and error. So that's just one example of how these gamakams are very difficult, especially the Dhanama family gamakams, hard enough to sing, but once you figure that out, to translate that onto the violin will take, it takes forever. I know this from personal experience. Experience about Kanyama's practice exercises. So Kanyama's practice exercises, they're all, everything that I said, and they all, Sanjith, Padmini, and Visesh, and Vasan said, they all are extrapolated from these. So I think any violinist, any great violinist will say tristai exercises. So octave, finger spacing, speed, and what was the other one? Layam. Those four things all together, if you're able to practice those four things, I think you're well on your way to having a practice routine. And I'm doing these practice sessions every day for 2 hours, and you'll be surprised that many times if I say, okay, let's do Gopriya Alankaram, 1.5 hours will just be that. And you don't even notice time passing because you're trying to achieve some specific goal with it. So there's, these are just like very streamlined methods of practice. How does learning an instrument enhance the knowledge of vocal music? I would say in a couple does anyone want to, Visesh, you sing and play. Why don't you talk about this?
I was actually gonna point that out. I think me and I'm sure a lot of other people, in at least that I know and I talk to, I know when we learn new songs, learn to sing the song first by singing it, and then we go after and then sing it again and again, and then convert it to how we play on violin. And I think that definitely is important because I find it extremely difficult to just, or not, generally it's very hard to, if I'm learning something, to just be able to hear it and immediately convert it to violin. There are some gamakams and stuff, but when you try to get the exact way that it has to be sung on, or how to be played on violin, I think it's extremely important to learn how to sing it. And then
right. So I think the question is not how the instrument knowledge helps you sing. So I think one thing I would say is definitely anuswaram. That knowledge of anuswarams are it's because when we play the instrument, there are certain things where we have a nuanced approach, if I would say so, not for myself, but all violinists or instrumentalists. We have this kind of nuanced approach when it comes to anuswarams and how they help the ragam. And I think that is really how it translates into vocal. But I think Gokulana wanted to say something about this.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I just wanted to chime in quickly on this question of instrumentals. I wanted to give a historical perspective. So I don't know how many of you know, but when great masters of the likes of S. Ramanathan, T.K. Rangachari, C.S. Krishnaiyer, and all of these people learned under Tiger Varadachari in this Annamalai University. They all had to do a course. They were compulsorily required to do an instrumental course. They all had to take up instrumental music. And most of these artists, took up the veena. Some of them also did the Mridangam, I believe, under Ponnaya Pillai, that Thanjavur Ponnaya Pillai, who comes from the ancestry of the Thanjavur quartet, and he used to be a professor in that university. But all of these people learned to play the veena, or most of them learned to play the veena, and some of them also did the Mridangam, as I mentioned earlier. And so, vocal music and instrumental music have always gone hand in hand. In fact, my grandmother, all of my three gurus, they are all stellar Vainikas. My gurus are also Vainikas. They're all, they all play the veena and they sing. And so this differentiation between instrumental music and vocal music really did not exist. And somehow there's been a generation of musicians, I believe, who have tended to think that they are two different things, and there is a way of thinking, like even not to criticize the organizers, not to criticize you, Kamal, but then we are even calling this session a violinist perspective. So I don't want to pinpoint at something that's off here, but I do want to recognize that there's been a shift over time to this fact that there's an instrumentalist perspective and then there's a vocalist perspective. There's really only one good music in the end.
Which is exactly why the big disclaimer in the beginning is this is not, although this is a violinist perspective, this is for literally anybody can take this and extrapolate it. I think the reason this is called a violinist perspective was more because of the technical elements of what we do on the violin versus what you would do on the veena versus what you would do on the flute, with respect to your instrument, not really the musical elements of it. But Gokulana is absolutely right that in the end, they all go hand in hand. And which is why I was saying, unless you sing or unless you play, you can't really do the other without one.
Kamala, I just have a quick follow-up question related to anuswarams that you said. Do you mind if I just quickly ask it?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm fine, yeah.
I was just curious as to, are there certain anuswarams where you find that you're able to actually produce the minute aspects of it better on an instrument, perhaps, than vocal, because you don't have full control over your vocal cords all the time?
I don't know what, so we'll wrap up after this is the last question. Yeah. I don't know what better really means when it comes to anuswarams. The reason is because sometimes the ambiguity in the vocal is what makes that anuswaram good. And I think, and to say this is mainly Dhanama family, some of those anuswarams are kind of ambiguous for us to exactly pinpoint. And on the violin, sometimes it's too exact. It's no matter how much we move our fingers, it's so hard to get that blurred sound. And that blurred sound is an aesthetic, that blurred anuswaram. So if that is the goal, and if that's, then I would say no. I would say it's actually harder on the violin to produce certain anuswarams. But I do agree with you that a lot of like gentes and spuritams and those types of anuswarams will probably be more clearer on the violin, for sure. Just because we have that fingering, and as you said, we might not be able to do that with the voice. So I do agree with that. But yeah, with that, thank you so much, Sarigama Padani and Sanjeev, for giving this opportunity to all of us just to talk about practice methods and how they would really help. Because I think this has really helped me, and this is helping all of violinists that I know. So I'm sure anyone else here, I hope you all benefited from this.
Great. Thanks so much, Kamalakiran and the whole team for kind of giving this, yeah, as we say, it's not, it's an instrumentalist perspective, and also the specifics of the violin techniques. So with that, let us, we were supposed to have a break. We will still have a little bit of a break just to get the quiz set up. Today's quiz is going to be really exciting. You all are going to be really excited to see. We're going to have some live participation. Shruthi, Ramesh has prepared some a Kahoot quiz that you can essentially answer from your phone or from a computer. And so just everybody go grab a snack, or if you're on the West Coast, grab some lunch, and then we will start at 4:10. Okay, so give us 10 minutes. We'll take a quick break, and then we're gonna get started on the quiz. And 4:10. Okay, see you then. Hmm. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. We'll get started in just a moment. So the next activity we have is part 2 of our epic quiz fest. And this time we're going to have a listening activity. And that I encourage all of you to participate. And I'm going to turn it over to Shruthi Ramesh to introduce herself and the quiz writers, and then take the start the activity.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Shruthi Ramesh. I am going to be moderating / presenting the listening quiz for today. So the questions, so first of all, we have 2 different events almost of it. So the first part, as you can see right now, is the Kahoot section. And then we're also going to be having a Jeopardy section. Since we kind of changed the format a bit, I'm welcoming every single person on this call to join the Kahoot, regardless of if we asked you to be part of the listening quiz or not. So anyone who wants to play is completely welcome to play, and the instructions to join are just to go to the URL there or go to the app and put the game pin in. So it should be relatively simple to join. And then after that, we're going to be playing a Jeopardy game, which we're going to keep with the same groups that we'd assigned before. So there are around, I believe, 23 or 22 participants, and we've broken them up into 5 teams of 4 to 5. And the whole idea of that is whoever answers first, the points for the question they answer will go towards their team. I'll further explain this once we get to that point, but everyone please join so we can have a bigger game. I'll give you guys until around 14, like 4:14 to join, so keep on joining. While we're waiting for people, I'd like to shout out Raghav Chakravarti and Harini for helping come up with these quiz questions for the first part, as well as Sahana and Malini for helping just generally organize this. And for the Jeopardy, I'd like to shout out Kamalakiran for helping with the questions and going over them, as well as Vaibhav. So thank you, everyone. Yes, Gokulanda and Kamalakiran, you're allowed for the first part. I don't know for the second one, though. So I'll wait another minute. Right now we have around 40 people. So anyone else who wants to join, anyone's welcome, adults, children, experts, beginners, everyone alike is allowed to join. It's a great learning experience, so.
There are some really creative nicknames in here.
Indeed. Okay. If anyone else wants to join, just say it in the group chat if they're gonna join. Otherwise, I'll start right now. Sure, I'll wait.
Hey, sorry, I missed the last minute. Shruti, are you here? I missed the last minute or two, or not the last minute, but when you started introducing this. So how's the Kahoot different from the Jeopardy again? Like what were you saying?
Okay, I didn't specify that, but it's a good point to bring up. So the Kahoot is structured so that I'll play, so the 3 recordings, I'll play each of the recordings and they're around like 3 to 5 minutes each. And once you finish listening to the recording clips, you'll be asked a lot of questions, like listen to the specifics, but most of the questions will be centered around who the main artist is, who the accompanying artists are, and like what kriti it is, what ragam it is, if they did anything special like Ragamalika Swarams or like Purutams or Karnaku of any sort, just like the main ones will be asked in form of questions on Kahoot. So just keep your ears out for all those type of specifics. And it's mainly just supposed to help you recognize who's playing, especially for recognizing voices, violin playing styles, Mridangam styles, Uppoor styles, just accompanying stuff. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the Jeopardy will be different because it'll be in the Jeopardy format. You'll be given a clue or a recording, like a small, maybe like 10 to 20 second clip, and you'll have to ask who is like blank artist, which is very similar to the Jeopardy format. And I'll explain more as we get there. Okay, so I'm gonna start now.
Hey, Shruti, very quick question, sorry. So all I'm seeing on my screen is you're in. See your nickname on screen. Is that, am I in the game?
You're good. They didn't start it yet.
I haven't started there yet. That's it. Okay, I'll start now unless anyone else wants to join. Okay, I'm gonna start. Okay, wait. Oh no.
We didn't hear anything, I don't think.
Yeah, wait. It's not letting me to pause it. Wait. Okay. Okay. I guess we're going to skip this question generally because it's not allowing me to pause it, but from now on I won't move it because I thought the first question will allow me to pause it. But I'll play it, and the answer to this is TNS, but you have to figure out the accompanist now. Let me know if you can hear it. Okay, I'll move on with the questions, and based on what you just heard for the last 3-ish minutes, please answer the questions. Also, I'll turn up the volume. Okay, so the violinist for this recording was Mridangam. Also, a quick reminder, the quiz itself is timed, so make sure you answer in the allotted time. Good job, Shreeya. So Mridangist was Koraipu. So now Sanjith's in first place. Congrats. Yes. So the ragam that this recording was in is in Varali. And congrats, Sanjeev. So the clip was from Sesha Chalanayaka. Congrats, Shreeya. So in this, TNS sings so I think these are all the recordings for, or these are all the questions for recording 1. We will move on to recording 2, and we will have questions similar to these. Okay, so that's recording number 2. Was everyone able to hear, by the way?
For the most part, it cut off here and there, but
Hopefully it was, you could make sense of it. So as of the last round, Shreeya's the top. Shreeya's the winner, I guess. So this is recording 2. Most of you got it. So move on to the next question. Diva's at top. Good job, all of you did really well. Yes, this is KVN. Good job, Niva again, and Sankrit's first week. Yep, that was hard. Yeah. Also, it might have thrown you off that the last one was also Matthew. So. Good job, Niva, still at the top. Yeah. Okay, so the Mridangist for this is Valuram. Oh, Niva. Okay, Somnath's at top now. Good job. Good job, guys. That's really good. Most of you got it. Good job. So the answer is Mutya Bhagavatam.
You know it's Mysore Vasudevacharya.
Yeah, it's Mysore Vasudevacharya.
Yeah, it's Mysore Vasudevacharya.
Clicked the wrong one. I think I clicked the wrong one then. Oops. Okay, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Shreeya says he's been personally robbed.
I apologize to all who have wronged. I think I must have clicked it wrong when I was adding it in, but yeah, the correct answer is Mysore Vasudevacharya. Okay, so like placement didn't really change. Okay. People are moving up. So most of the notable lines were around like sa, and then he went down. Yeah. I promise I'm not stealing questions. Okay. We'll go to the third recording, and this should again be like another 3-minute clip, and then we'll have 4 more questions in the end. Okay, I'll try playing it again. Give me a sec. Okay, so from the feedback, there isn't, I can try playing it once more, but they're from a different device. I tried on my another computer and my phone. I'll try once more. If it doesn't work, we'll just skip this because it's really hard to do it otherwise.
Shruti, do you have a Bose speaker or something that you can play?
Yes.
Okay, you might want to try that. But if it's not handy, then maybe you can go to the next question and come back to this while someone gets the Bose speaker for you.
Sure, okay. All the questions, they all require the recording. That's the only problem.
Try it one more time. If not, send it to me and I have a Bose speaker here.
Sure, okay. Okay, Sanjeev, I've sent it to you.
Well, should we play it from the beginning or from somewhere?
Start from 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 16 seconds in, and then stop a minute right after that.
2:18, 16.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 1 second.
And I can't share computer sound because I'm not playing it on the same device because the quality is even worse than if I played it on a different device.
I think you changed the location a bit.
Yeah, Sanjeev, try to hold the speaker very close to the laptop, as close to the laptop as possible, and try to keep it fixed if possible.
It's up here.
Wait, did you turn the clip off?
We paused it, yeah.
Okay, we paused it. Okay, cool. I know it was very hard to hear and figure out exactly what was happening, but from that, you'll be hopefully able to answer 2 of the questions, and you'll have to move forward the clip a little bit by a minute. I sent you the time on WhatsApp, but you have to move it to 2:27, and then we'll be able to answer the next question.
So go ahead. You're going to do 2 questions?
We're going to do 2 questions, and then we're going to move it forward.
Let's do 2
Does
questions.
everyone understand what's happening? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead with the Kahoot.
Okay. So right now, I believe Somnath's on top. Yeah. Okay. So this rendition is by Neighbor. Oh, congrats, Gopinath, for moving up. This might be hard to figure out. So yeah, so Pallavi did start 2 after. So Sanjeev, could you move to 2 hours, 27 minutes exactly? And then play. Okay, so you can pause it there. So if you haven't figured out, this is the Pallavi rendition by Nidhanuri. And this part that I'm going to ask about the Ragamalika Swaram. So if you could just figure out the Ragam, is basically the next question. Also, congrats Niva for moving up. I'm sorry to these the unlucky people who ended up or clicked on Kannada instead of Kannada, but the answer is Kannada. Sanjeev, could you move to 2 hours and 29 minutes? And again, for like 30 seconds there.
Is there one more question in this, or we're going to 2:29?
One more question. This is the last question, and you just have to play like 30 seconds at 2 hours 29.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second, we're queuing it up.
Sure.
Meanwhile, you can look at our beautiful speaker.
Okay, so hopefully that's enough for you guys to get an idea, and the next question is also going to be a Ragamanika one. And congrats to Niva again for being top. Yes, so the ragam was Lalichi, and this concludes our quiz. Do one. Congrats, Sana, for quiz. Oh, congrats, KK. Second. All of you. You can get a virtual applause for everyone here.
Awesome, Niva. Congratulations.
Yeah. And if
And
you
Somnath and KK as well.
Yeah, and if you notice, all three of the top people got the same number right. They all got 14 out of 18. But the funny thing is, just because Niva clicked faster than Somnath and KK, she's a top. But also, Niva, good job. Good job, Somnath. Okay, for the quiz questions, Teju asked, the first one was created by Harni. The second recording was by Raghav, and the third one was Sahana. So thank you, everyone. Okay, so now we'll move on to the Jeopardy. I know we're kind of already running a little late, but I promise this is really fun. Okay. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Okay, so before I start, the people, so how this is gonna work is we're gonna have 5 teams, and everyone in the people in the 5 teams are people I've already contacted, telling them that they are part of this listening quiz. So I'll just read out the people, just give me a second. Okay, so 5 teams are, whoever's here can participate. I'm not sure if everyone's here, but first team is Somnath, Shardu, Krishnakumar, Nahar Gurgata, and Shreeya Venkat. And how it will work is you will choose one of, we'll go in order of all the participants, and they'll choose the question. And then whoever in the comment section writes the answer first. So only the people that are in this quiz are allowed to play. Whoever writes the answer first, whichever correct answer I see first in the chat box, will get the points to their team, if that makes sense. So like I said, the first group is Somnath, Shardul, Nahar, and Shreeya. Second is Apurva Anand, Padmini, Gopinath. Yeah, okay, thank you. It's posted right here by Malini. And these are the 5 groups. So if everyone understands that, and then the 5 groups will be given nicknames, pineapple, potato, broccoli, celery, and lemon. Not by choice, but because this gives it. So I'll be assigning each of these teams with these names. And yeah, cool, okay. So how it will work is Somnath gets to turn on his mic, and he will first pick whichever clue he wants. And then whichever person in the chat box writes the answer first gets the points towards their team. And also remember, only the people that are in the quiz are allowed to participate for this.
Shruthi, do you need a breakout room, or is everybody just going to be in the main room?
Everyone's going to be in the main.
Okay.
So everyone who's not one of these names listed, just don't respond, please, or it's going to spoil the game. Okay.
Wait,
so,
just to clarify, anybody can answer, right? Like,
yes, anyone, not just your team, anyone can answer, and whichever person says the right answer correctly first gets the points towards their team.
Okay.
So Somnath, which one do you want?
We will take vocalist 500.
Okay.
Vocalist 2, 500.
Okay.
Yes, so Sriram Venkat got the answer. It is TV Gopalakrishnan, and he is in. Sorry, he's in
In the
group
4th team.
4. Sorry. Okay, thank you. He's in group 4. Good job, Shriyam. So who's
Which
next?
vegetable is that?
It is
Celery.
celery. My mom's keeping track. Okay. Now, Shaibul, it's your turn. Which one do you want to pick? If you're on the phone.
My turn.
Oh, wait, give me a sec. Let me get out of it. Okay. Now you can-
Vocalist 1 500.
Sure. Okay. Yes. Apurva. Yes, it's John B. Higgins or Higgins Bhagavatar. So potato gets 500 points. Okay. So next is Nahar. Which one do you want to choose?
Vocalist 1 400.
Sure. Okay, so the answer is DKJ, so Sanjith got it. Yeah, Apurva, it's close, but not exactly. So Sanjith is in which team?
The third team.
Broccoli. Congrats, Broccoli, for 400 points. Okay, cool. Who's next? Shreeya, which one do you want to choose? Shreeya, are you on? Okay. Apurva, you get to choose.
Violinist for 300.
Sure. Okay. 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 This is gonna be fun. Okay. So I will play a clip. Yeah, it's MC. Sorry, I had to go to a different thing because I didn't want to give the answers. Okay, sorry. The answer is M. Chandrasekhar. Also, we're not keeping track in the bottom thing because we're just doing it by hand. Okay, so Uppoor, wait, who was it? Oh, Padmini got the answer.
Potato.
Was it potato?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, who's next? Oh, Padmini. Which one do you pick?
Can we do instrumental for? Oh no, violinist 400.
I believe this is also a clip one. Yes, it is. Okay. Yes, so it is T and K. Yes, celery got 400 points. Good job. Yes, T and K. Who's next? Naman, which one do you choose?
Is coming on. Okay, Shreeya, which one do you choose? You can type it or you can speak up. Either one's fine. Shreeya? Okay. We'll go with Srinath Hariharan. Oh, sorry. Okay, Shreeya responded. So vocalist 2 for 300, you said. Where is the clue? Okay, Uppoor Violin got it. Potato.
Potato.
Mm-hmm. Good job. It's TKG. Okay, who's next? Srinath, now it's your turn. Yeah, no one's picked Mridangam yet.
Mridangis for 400.
Sure. Let me see. Yes, so Apurva Anand got it. It's Barney. Again, potato. Mm-hmm.
400.
Yes. Okay. I'll turn on the music. It's fun. Who's next? Sanjay Natation. Which one do you pick?
Vocalist 1 for 300.
Sure. Okay.
Vocalist 1.
Vocalist 1 for 300. Sure. Yes. So Srinath Hariharan got it. It's Vrindama. He's also potato. Wow, potato's really doing well. Yes. Okay. Who's next? Shreya Shishil. Which one do you choose?
Let's do Upapakavadiam for 200.
Sure. Okay. Yes. So it is. Let's see who said it first. Oh, Shreya Shishil. Yes. So broccoli. No.
Sorry, broccoli.
Yes. Okay. Good job. Sanjith, your turn. Which one do you choose?
Let's go vocalist 2 400.
Sure. Yes, good job, Sanjay. Yes, broccoli. Okay, so Shreeya and Shruthika, whoever wants to ask is allowed to ask. So between you two, just choose.
Instrumental main.
Did you say instrumental main 500? I think so. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Give me 1 second. I have to play the recording. Okay. Yeah.
So this is Vishwasar. It is a vocal clip of him singing Shankarabharanam, Viritam in Shankarabharanam. But yes, it is T. Vishwasar. So Somnath got it.
Pineapple.
Yes.
Has opened their account.
Okay, good job. Yes, so it's T. Vishwanathan. Who's next? Who's that? Oh. Okay. Wait, I think I already said him.
No.
I did. Okay, Sankrit Ramani, it's your turn. Can you choose?
Instrumental main for 400.
Sure. This is also a clip. Yes. So it's S. Balachandar. Srinath got it. Potato, yes. Okay. Good job. Let's see who's next. Sriram Venkat. You can choose now.
Oh, Violinist 500.
Violinist 500. Okay. Did no one get it?
There are so many people, I think, who got it.
Oh, sorry, I didn't. All right, sorry, it didn't load for me. Who was the first person? Oh, Somnath, good job. Okay, and yes, I will post all these recordings after I have a link of everything. And all the clues too. Okay, good job. Who's next? Mukund, who do you want to choose, or which category do you want to choose? Mukund, are you on? Okay, we'll skip to Niva.
Can we do Upakavadyam for 400?
Yes. Nope. I actually, yes, the answer is Nagarajan. Good job, Niva. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Teju, your turn.
Mridang is 300.
Yeah. Yes. Good job. Sahana Aravind. Yes. Good job.
Lemon?
Yes. Who's next? Okay, Kartikeya, you're next. Which one do you want to choose?
Vocalist 200.
Sure. Yes. Good job. Wait. Let's go back to see who won. Yes, Shreya. Sure. Yes, it is Adi Puri. Although spelling. Good job. Okay. Visesh, you're next. Which one do you want to choose?
Violinist 200.
Sure. Oh my god, I'm getting spammed. Okay, so it's MSG. Let's see who started. Oh, Shreya, good job. Got it? Okay. Naya, your turn. Who do you want to choose? Or which one do you want to choose?
Let's do Violinist 100.
Sure. I'm getting it spammed again. Okay. Somnath, good job. At this point, I feel like you could just guess based on the other ones. I feel like Love is like one of the main ones I was missing, so. Good job. Okay. So we finished all the violinists. Who's next? Sahana, Aravind.
Vocalist 200.
Sure. Visesh. Good job. Yes, it's Visesh. Also, smart, Solna. Okay, who's next? Rishi, your turn to choose.
Mridangists 500.
Sure. Mridangists 500. Sorry, I'm playing it.
Hello, everyone. I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor.
The answer's gonna pop up, I think.
That's true. Yes. Joe Biden and Dore, but who said Dore first? Nahar, good job. Okay. I think we go back to the top now, so I'm not to get to choose.
Let's do instrumental main 300.
Sahana Aravind. Yes, I think you're the first one to say. Yeah, Sahana Aravind. It's Tia Mahalingam or Flute Mommy. Got it? Okay. Shardul, you're next. Which one do you want to choose?
Vocalist 100.
Vocalist 1? Vocalist 100, yeah. I haven't looked at the comment. Srinath, yes, good job, GMB. Potato, I think. Yeah. Nahar, you get to choose.
Vocalist 100.
Sure. Yes. Those answers really came rolling in. Okay, yes, MSS. Yes. Okay. Shreeya, you can choose now. Shreeya? Okay, Mridangist's 200. So this one is also a click. Sorry, it's taking some time to play. Yes, Sona. UKS, yes. Somna. Okay, Apurva. Back. Yeah, it's your turn again.
Instrumental 200.
Good job. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes, I think it's Shreeya who said it. Yeah, it's mandolin usually, yes. Good job. Padmini, your turn.
Can we do instrumental main for 100?
Do you see instrumental 100?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Shreeya. Good job. And Adarsh, continue. Naman, your turn. Okay, Srinath, I guess. Yeah, Srinath, I think.
Upapakavadiam for 300.
Sure. Yes, Srinath, yeah. Yeah, T. Subhash Chandra. Okay. Sanjay, your turn.
Upapakavadiam for 100.
Niva, I think, is the first one. Yeah, it's Viku. Good job. Shreyas, it's your turn.
I guess Upapakavadiam 500.
Okay, all I'll say is good luck. Okay, so no one's gotten it right. I think my clue is correct, but if it is, it's Srirangam Karnan. Okay, thank you, Kamalakiran. Okay, so no one got that. Okay. And the last person, Sanjith. I mean, you have no choice, so.
Yeah.
Oh, great, okay. Mridangam is for 100. Indeed, I agree.
There is a shortage of 500,000 machine learning and artificial intelligence professionals. Keeping this. Who said it first? I think Sanjith, but like it didn't even play, so I don't even know if that counts. Okay, Sanjith. Yes, I think you got it. If I'm right. Yeah.
Wait, if it didn't play, does it count?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you could like process of elimination it. And
No. If I played, first played.
Okay, no, it played like for 3 seconds, but
Okay, who are you gonna give it to?
Okay, so Karen is obviously the answer to this. Good job, everyone. Since there's no valid wagers, we're just gonna skip it. But how it's gonna work is the top 2 teams, I'm gonna put them into breakout rooms. I'll announce the top 2 teams in a sec. But we'll put you guys into breakout rooms, and I'll tell you guys the thing in a sec. But there's a challenge that will be timed. It's like we're gonna put it around 3 to 4 minutes, and you have to just think of as many answers that apply as possible. Okay, so the winners are, first place is Group Potato with Apurva Anand, Padmini, Naman, Srinath, and Sanjay Natation. They got 2,600 points, and that's pretty amazing on Jeopardy. Second place is Broccoli, Group 3, who got 1,900 points, and the group had Shreya Ashok, Sanjith, Shreeya Shruthika, and Sanket Ramani. Good job, guys. So, Sanjeev, do you have the 2 groups ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put the 2 groups that you said won into a breakout, into separate breakout rooms.
Yes. So put them into breakout rooms, but don't. Everyone who gets an invite, don't accept it until you see the question, which I'm gonna put up right now. So Sanjeev, if you could send out the thing, I'm just gonna put up the question, and then they can.
So why don't you put up the question first, and then I'll invite.
That's also fine. So you'll have 3 to 4 minutes, and we will get you back in. So again, to clarify, every single letter of the alphabet that you can, think of one artist, preferably older artists.
Do we join now?
And then for the rest of the people left, after everyone's joined their respective breakout rooms, you can brainstorm on this chat. Yeah, I'll take the music off, I'm sorry. Okay, it's not showing music on. I don't know how to do that.
We are all artists.
No, you don't count as artists, I'm sorry. In another minute, we'll get everyone who's been put out to breakout to come back and see which team has more. And we'll count it by each team will get 100 points for each letter they got. So then we'll add on to their original score, and then we'll see who wins. Okay, Sanjeev, if you could make everyone come back, or they'll take, I think they have up to 60 seconds to accept their invitation back, so they'll give
Yeah.
them.
So we're gonna bring it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And stop chatting.
Yeah. Okay, I think we got everybody back. Everybody's slowly coming back from the breakout room. So
We'll give it like another 30 seconds to make sure it's back.
you got 40 seconds. You got everybody in the chat. Hold on, because we don't want to give away answers to the teams.
Stop now. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're all back.
Okay, is everyone back? Okay. Yeah, we just gained a few more people. So we'll start off with group 3. Or actually, okay, group 3. Group 2, do not add any more people to your list. That's cheating. Do not do it. Okay, cool. Don't do it. Okay, group 3. Can you please go in alphabetical order and just say as many as you got, and I'll just keep track of it. How many you got?
Okay, so for A, Alatur brothers. B, Balamuri Krishna. C, Chembai. D, DK Jayaraman. E, Erode Nagarajan. F, we missed. G, GNB. H, Harikeshnalun Muttaya Bhagavatar. We didn't get I. J is John Higgins.
Okay.
K is Kare Kudimani.
Okay.
L is Lalgudi.
Okay.
M is Madurai Mani Iyer. N is Nedunuri Krishnamurti. O is O.S. Tyagarajan. P is Parani Subramania Pillai. R, Ramnath Krishnan. S, Semangudi. T, T.N. Seshagopalan. U is UK Shivaraman. Umayalpuram Shivaraman. V is Velu Ramabhadran. We don't have anything for W or X.
Okay.
Y, Yella Venkateshwara Rao. Z is Zakir Hussain. I don't know if that one counts, but you know.
We're not going to count that because he said I did say Carnatic specific. Okay, considering he has done a few Jugalbandis which count as Carnatic, we're not going to count that though.
Fair.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay. So you got 20? 20, right?
Yeah, 20.
20, and that adds to your score to give you 3,900. Yes, okay.
We should have 21, right? Because we missed F, I, W, X, and Z, right?
F, I, W, you said W, X, and Z?
Yeah, that's 5 letters missed, and there's 20. There should be 21, right?
And Q.
Yeah, and Q.
Oh, and Q. Yeah, my bad.
Thanks, Rishi. But yeah, and Q. So that gives you 20, yeah. Okay. Group 2, your turn.
For A, we got Aryakudi, B, Balamurli, C, Chembai, D, Dhanama, E, Ishwaran, G, Gopalakrishnan, H, Harishankar, no I, J, we got Jayaraman, K, Karekudimani, L, B, M, Madurimani, N, Nagai Muralidharan, O, OST, T, Parni, R, R.K. Srikantan, S, Sandeep Narayanan, T, Tiger Varadacharya, V, VVS, Y, Yesudas, and Z, Zakir Hussain.
Okay, so did you count that? That was 19, I think?
19.
Okay, yeah, I think you missed. Okay, I can't remember what you missed, but you got 19. So that adds to your score, and you guys are still ahead. So for W, which was missed, okay, so good job. First of all, congratulations to Potato. It was Uppoor, Padmini, Naman, Srinath, and Sanjay. Good job. You guys did really, really well. Congrats. And congrats to everyone. This quiz was indeed a little difficult, but it was, hopefully you guys learned a lot and it was really fun. So good job to everyone. Virtual applause to everyone. One thing, if anyone has any other ideas, I was thinking for W would Valajapet count because he would have learned music. So I guess that counts. So that's the only other one I got that you guys didn't. But otherwise, thank you so much to everyone for joining. Hopefully this was fun. Thank you for all the support, all the quiz writers, all the help I got. Shout out to everyone. And thank you, Sanjeev, for allowing me to do this. And hopefully, and I look forward to all the other events tonight. So Thank you, everyone.
Thanks so much, everybody, and thanks Shruti, Malini, and Sahana for organizing the quiz events yesterday and today. Let's all give them a virtual round of applause on the Zoom.
Hey, Sanjeev, can I chime in quickly?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking when you guys did this quiz, I was reminded of my college days when I used to try and convince people that music can be fun. And I think you guys have taken this to a totally different level. This is the cutting edge of using technology. Keeping the mind active. Great questions. Really well done. Really hats off to Shruti and the full team for preparing both yesterday's quizzes and today's quizzes. They were all really fantastically done. I'm really proud of this community.
Thank you so much, Gokul. It's a blessing to have someone help us so much musically. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. And also I'd like to shout out Kamalakiran for last minute helping me. That was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running about 20 minutes late. I know we had a lot of fun, but we do have two other activities that we want to get to. They've prepared, Vaibhav and Srinath have prepared a advanced percussion, another event. And then we'll end with a discussion with led by Jayant. So let's move right away to the percussion event, and I'll share the slide. So we're gonna have Vaibhav and Srinath again as the moderators, and Kabilan and Sanjay and Jason on Kanjira and Mridangam respectively. So Vaibhav and Srinath, take it away.
As Suraj as well.
Suraj.
Kabilan, Sanjay, and Suraj.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So
can you guys turn on your cameras? Nice. So welcome everyone to our second percussion session of the day today. I'm joined with a fellow moderator, Srinath, and we have Kabilan, Suraj, and Sanjay. A little bit about myself in case you weren't listening in on the first percussion session. I've been learning Mridangam for the past 8 years under Shri P.K. Swaminathan, and I've received extensive training in India under the guidance and tutelage of Shri U.K. Sir. And I'm currently a rising senior at Winston Churchill High School in Potomac. Srinath, I think you're muted.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi everyone, I'm Srinath. I'll just briefly introduce myself. I've been learning Mridangam for the last 13 years with Shri A.R. Balaskandan in New York, part of the Karakuri Mani Sir School. And I've trained under Karakuri Mani Sir in Chennai for the last couple summers. So yeah, that's my Mridangam background. And then academically, I'm a rising senior at Carnegie Mellon, learning math and CS.
I think you guys can introduce yourselves when we get to you, when we rotate to you, when you discuss.
Yeah.
But before we begin our session, as I had mentioned earlier, both of our percussion sessions in this festival aren't going to involve any playing. Everything we present is exclusively kunakol, and there are a few reasons why we do that. First, we wanted to offer our audience a different perspective on percussion, Mridangam, Upapakavadyam as art forms, and because we want to emphasize that it's more than just playing. Kunakol is equally as important. Secondly, we wanted to take an innovative approach given that we had a virtual festival this year. And last but certainly not least, we want to pay tribute to Shri T.H. Subhash Chandan Sir, King of Kunakol, who recently passed away. And I think with that, we can begin. The topic we're going to be exploring today is Koraipus and Taniyavartanams. Before we get to that, I believe we have Kabilan who's going to walk us through about the general structure of a Taniyavartanam really quick.
Yeah, so I'll actually start. So Hi everyone, my name is Sanjay. I am a disciple of Um,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. So I'm a disciple of Shri Thiruvarur Vaidyanathan sir, under the Karikuri Mani style. And I'm currently in 11th grade in John Jay High School in New York. So I'm just going to give everyone a quick overview of kind of how Aditalam works, which is what we're going to be demonstrating the Tanyarthanam in today. And then just letting you guys know, if you guys have any questions, please put it in the chat. And at any time, we have certain like breaking points where we can do our best to answer them. And if not, Vaibhav and Srinath can probably step in. So today, for when we're discussing about the Tanyarthanam and the Koraipu section, we're going to be using Aditalam Urakale mainly. So how Aditalam Urakale works is it is 8 beats, and each beat is composed of 4 aksharams for a total of 32 aksharams. So just for example, here's how it'll go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Or as Mridangas will say, or some other musicians, takka dimi, takka janu, takka dimi, takka janu, takka dimi, takka janu, takka dimi, takka janu ta. So that is basically the basic talam for Carnatic music. A lot of songs that you hear will be in Adi talam. And when we try to explain, as I said, what the Tanyarthanam is, we will be using this mainly. So a Tanyarthanam is the Mridangist embellishment and kind of demonstration of their own skill in a concert. It'll usually occur at the end of the artist's main song. So once the artist has sang the main song and then done any sangatis or any enhancements themselves, we will do the Tanyarthanam afterwards. So the Tanyarthanam, again, finding how to play a Tanyarthanam itself is a skill, we often say, and finding out how long to play the Tanyarthanam is an even bigger skill. So for the musicians out there who have played in concerts before, you'll know that usually if you are doing a 45-minute concert with Pakavadyam, the Pakavadyam will usually do about a 5 to 6 minute tani, or if you're doing like an hour and a half, it might go to 7 or 8 or even 10 minutes by the Mridangas, and even a little bit longer if there's Supa Pakavadyam. So, and you'll hear these words thrown around a lot. So what are Pakavadyam and Upapakavadyam? I'm just going to give a quick overview. Pakavadyam is basically any like percussion instrument. So this includes the Mridangam. That's usually the main instrument that's being spoken about when people talk about the Pakavadyam. Whereas Upapakavadyam refers to the supporting percussion instruments. So you'll hear about the Ganjira or the Ghatam or the Morsing. These are all types of Upapakavadyam. They're meant to not only support the main artist, but also support the Mridangist. So things in the Tanyarthanam kind of start with a slow, sometimes called Chaukakalam or exposition. So they'll start in a very slow, nat din din na, nakka din din na tam, tad din na, takka din din na tam, tad din na, takka din din na, takkita din na, tatitang girdam. So you'll start very slow like that. And the reason for this is usually to help not only kind of get a feel for what the crowd is like or what the audience and what the people on stage, the artists are feeling like. It's also to kind of give the Mridangist a little bit of a break after just finishing the final fast korve usually that the artist has sang before they start their own Tanyarthanam. It's a bit of a break for them. So they'll continue like this with some slow paced things for about 30 seconds to a minute, maybe a minute and a half. And after finishing this, they'll go to what is known as a korve. So what a korve is it's basically maths in percussion. So a lot of times you'll see people in the audience look at a Mridangist who is playing a korve, and they'll start thinking, how is the korve working? Because a korve is nothing but a series of numbers. So you can have korves that go they'll have 5 beats and 6 beats and 7 beats, and then they'll have an ending, or they'll go 7 beats and 6 beats and 5 beats and an ending. So it's kind of an art, and it's a game that people like to play on stage and off stage to try to figure out what a korve is. So the Mridangist usually plays like a small korve at the beginning, and After finishing the korve, they usually head on over to kind of playing a little bit faster, what is known as Madhyama Kalam. So the Madhyama Kalam kind of indicates that they're getting started with like the main skill component of the Tanyarthanam. They're kind of getting to the part where everyone kind of sits up straighter, listens. They're kind of saying like, oh, this is cool. This is what they've learned under their style, under their guru. That's like the exciting part. So the Madhyama Kalam is kind of building up to that, and it's building and building and building. And finally, you'll hear before like they start really exhibiting their skills that you see, they'll say something known as Sarvalagu. So Sarvalagu is a very integral part of a Tanyarthanam. So most Tanyarthanams will have a Sarvalagu in it. So what a Sarvalagu is, it's not very math related, it's just general. It's meant to appeal to everyone. Even those who might not have understood the korve, this is meant for them to enjoy, everyone enjoy. And even most artists here and most musicians will kind of understand and appreciate a sarvalagu. So be like, tadim, tataka janu, tadim, talanki, tadim, tataka janu, tadim, tanaka janu. And when you hear, you kind of want to keep going with it, and you want to keep listening and listening and listening. And that's the point of a sarvalagu, to kind of draw in the audience. And at the end of the sarvalagu, they'll start playing a nade and really try to exhibit their skill. And I believe Suraj will kind of explain that and how that works.
Thanks, Sanjay. Good afternoon, guys. My name is Suraj Srinivasan. I've been playing Mridangam for the last 13 years. I am a disciple of Sri Vinod Sitaraman of Detroit and Sri Arjun Kumar of Bangalore, both disciples under Sri Umarayalpuram Kesavaraman. I am currently, I'm studying computer science and math at MIT. Today, Sanjay said I'm going to talk a little bit about nades. Now, the basic idea behind a nade is that we increase the number of aksharas per beat. Sanjay mentioned, in Chatushra nade, we have 4 aksharas per beat. Taka, dimi, taka, jonu, taka, dimi, taka, jonu. Now, we can actually alter the number of aksharas here. And the reasoning for doing so is that, one, it adds color to a Tanyarthanam. It's interesting to listen to a nade. And furthermore, a mridangist can exhibit their prowess and their dexterity in playing a nade, and it's basically exploring a new domain or a new space. So if we were to increase the number of aksharas in our Aditalam from 4 to 6, we would call it Tisragadi, or Tisranade, sorry, because Tisranam is 3, which is synonymous with 6, etc., etc. So that would sound something like taka dimi taka jonu taka dimi taka jonu takita 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 ta. That is Tisragadi. We may also increase it to 5 aksharas per beat, which is Kandanade. Taka dimi taka jonu taka dimi taka jonu taka takita taka takita taka takita taka takita ta. And the final most commonly played nade is Misra nade, which is 7 aksharas per beat. Taka dimi taka jonu taka dimi taka jonu taka dimi takita taka dimi takita taka dimi takita taka dimi takita tam. So within these nades, mridangists can explore these spaces, and as I previously stated, they can kind of show their skill and their prowess in playing the mridangam. And depending on time constraints, which is a big consideration in Tanyarthanams, artists will typically play 1 nade, 2 nades, 3 nades, and they will go from Chatusra nade to Tisra nade, and then they will transition back to Chatusra nade, go to Khanda nade, transition back and forth. And the reason they do this is to show contrast. It's a very interesting pattern and an interesting contrast to realize. Now, in terms of actually transitioning between 2 nades, artists typically do one of 2 major things. One of these is to use a transition korve. Now, as I mentioned, Tisra nade, we'll take that as an example. It has 6 aksharas per beat. Chatusra nade has 4 aksharas per beat. So we effectively have 3 halves the number of aksharas. What that means for us is that if we have a korve that is 12 beats per se, it becomes 8 beats. It's 2/3 its length in Tisra nade. So I'll provide a simple example of this. Taka dimi taka jonu taka dimi taka jonu ta di tang tatiki tatam di tang tatiki tatam tatiki tatam tang tatiki tatam tati tam tatiki tatam ta di tang tatiki tatam di tang tatiki tatam tatiki tatam tang tatiki tatam tatiki tatam tatiki tatam ta. So as you observe there, the first iteration of the korve was in Chatusra nade. It was 12 beats long. And when we once again set it at a faster pace in Tishanade, which has 6 aksharas per beat, it got reduced to 2/3 of its length and went to 8 beats and fit into 1 avartanam. The other major way of transitioning between Chatusha Nade and a given Nade is to go from the Sarva Lagu that Sanjay had mentioned and kind of cleverly introduce a Nade. So if we take nakatatin 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 tangatatin tangatatin nakatatin tangatatin takita takadimi takita takadimi takita takadimi takita takadimi tam. So here I've just demonstrated that we can go from a Sarva Lagu nice solu, which is nakatatin, to mishanare by cleverly manipulating the phrase. And another important thing or kind of interesting thing to note is that just like in Chatushanare, when we had sort of an exposition and a build-up and a korbe, the same kind of ideas are explored in nares as well. Usually artists will start with a slower solu to set the pace and build up into something more rigorous and climax with the korve at the end before transitioning back. An example might be din, 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 da, da, din, din, da, da, din, din, da, din, din, akira, taka, din, akira, din, 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 da, da, din, din. We may start with something like this, and we'll end up in a place like tam, takita tam, takita tam, takita tam, takita tam, takita tam, takita tanga, takita taka, taka, din, tam. And we will play a korve with that solu tanga, takita taka, taka, din, tam. So this is just a brief overview of nares. And after a mridangist goes through several nares or just one nare, they have an ending portion to a Tani Aratanam, which is somewhat universal in its characteristics across schools. I'll pass it over to Kabilan to talk more about that.
Thank you, Suraj. Hi, everyone. My name is Kabilan Jagannathan. I currently learn from A.R. Balaskandan. He is a disciple of Karikuri Armani. For both Mridangam and Ganjira, and I'm going to be a rising senior as an accounting major in Baruch College. So what Surya is about to say, before we get to the heart of the topic, we're gonna first finish off the remaining of the Tani Avtaram. So usually after the new nadi has been presented, a new korve for that new nadi is presented, then usually the Mridangam artists would usually come back to the original nade. So if you take Tisha nade, for example, and they do a korve in Tisha nade, and they finish it, they will usually come back to Chatusha nade, which is the original, what the Mridangam artists would usually start with. So some salvalagu that you might hear at the end of that particular section would be for this, for example. Din, tataka jinatin, tataka jinatin, tataka jinatin, tataka jinatin, tatim, tataka dimi, tatim, tatat, din, din, kritaka din, 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 kritaka din, 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 kritaka din, 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 kritaka din, 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 kritaka din, ta, din. So that's typically a basic example of it. Then from here, after a little bit of sarvalagu, we go into something what is called as a faran, mora, and final korve. There are 3 different parts of the climax of a Tani Avatram. So a faran is a sequence of thunder strokes. They are typically more fast strokes that build up the intensity, and they kind of set up the finale for the Tani Avatram. So some examples would be in Chatushanare Aditalam. Then dan tarikiradagadin 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 tarikiradagadin. So they would do some basic fast strokes to build up the climax of the Taniyatam. Then we go to something what we call as a mora. This is typically very, very unique in such a way because unlike the most parts of the Tani Avatram, there's a particular phrase that separates it, which is trangatam titom titom. So for example, and the pattern goes from 2 times and then it reduces, it gives a sort of a reduction in sort of a way. Then there's one more, then a Mridangam artist would usually do one last quarter before the main piece is taken. it is what we call as a final quarter. This is very distinct from the quarters that you find in when you're transitioning from one nade to another, or playing one nade, or playing an original, or you're playing a first nade, because this is more climatic, and this is when after 3 rounds the main artist will join into the main artist will join into the main piece. So that's typically what a Taniyaatram in summary would be. But let's suppose that you have an Ukupakwadyam artist, just like Sanjay has explained before. Like suppose you have a Ganjira or a Gattam or a Morsing, or you have a scenario where you have a double Mridangam or a Tawil. You will do a section that is in between, before the final motor chord and after the new nade transition, which is called as a Koraipu. And that is what we're going to be discussing for today. So a Koraipu is a progression tempering of number of rhythmic cycles per round. So it refers to as a rhythmic descent or step-to-step reduction. The general rule of a Koraipu is that the pattern takes up a Koraipu, it needs to be rendered 8 times by 8, then after a certain number of times to go into 4, and then into 2, and then we cut it into 1, and once in that order. Me, Suraj, and Sanjay will be explaining 3 different types of Koraipus as we for today. There is one, if I remember, I will be explaining me and Suraj, I believe. Me and Suraj will be talking about Aditala, but where Suraj will be taking over Mishra Koraipu, and I will be explaining a little bit more about Kanda Koraipu. So a Kanda Koraipu would usually involve the realm. It would usually involve the realm of 5, Tatiketatum. So one example of this would be, is I will explain. Tat tadin, tat tadin, tat tadin, tatiketatum, tat tadin, tat tadin, tat tadin, tatiketatum, tat tadin, tat tadin, tat tadin, tatiketatum din. So that's the 4. This is actually after 4. So the calculation will go on this. So we have a 4. I started very differently because the realm of, for 5, I did was 60. So that I did 12 takatakita takatakita takatakita. So I did 5 times 12. That would be 60, and I gave a pause of 4, and 4 plus the 60 would be equal to 64. That fits into Chaturshranadi fits in the Chaturshranadi Aditalam perfectly. So they will be different. In this case, usually the Ganjira artist would usually imitate the Mridangam artist or come up with something similar to this. So some variations would be somewhat like this. Tat tadin, tati takradam tat tadin, tat tadin, tati takradam tat tadin, tat tadin, tati takradam takradam tat tadin, tati takradam tat tadin, tat tadin, tati takradam din. So there would be some variations in between here and there. Then what we do after that is we reduce by 4 by 2. So after 2, there will be a little reduction of the Koraipu. So for example, tat tadin, tati takradam, tat tadin, tati takradam. So if you notice the math, I started, instead of 4, I reduced it to 2. There's a 2 gap in between, in the beginning. And I reduced it in, so from the beginning, I did what I call a 6. So I did 64. We're now reducing it to 32 from the Koraipu. So how I got it was from the beginning was, I started after 2. Tat tadin, tatiketatum is 15. So I did it twice. So 15 plus 15 would be equal to 30, plus the gap I gave, which is plus 2, would be equal to 32. So this would be usually, they would also do this a couple of times, and then From two, after 2, they will reduce it by half. That will equal to 1. So it would sound more like this. Ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-tak, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-tak-kirdam, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-tak-kirdam, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-tak-kirdam, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-tak-kirdam. So in here, ta-ta-din, so ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-kitatum is 15. And we have 1 carve to start off. So that 1 carve, which is plus the 15, will equal 16. That point, after a couple of rounds of the third, after 1, the Mridangam artists and the Uppakavadiyam artists will come together to play, will continue the cycle for a couple of times, and then they will start to do they'll start to do like a small motor before joining in with the Sarvalagu. So that so ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-kitatum, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-kitatum, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-kitatum, ta-ta-din, ta-ta-din, ta-ti-kitatum, 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 ta-tang, 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 ta-ti-kitatum, 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 ta-tang, 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 ta-ti-kitatum, 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 ta-tang, 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 ta-ti-kitatum, 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 ta-tang, 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 ta-ti-kitatum, 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 ta-tang, ta-tang, ta-tin, taka-jinatin, itaka-jinatin, itaka-jinatin, itaka-jina. So at that point, at that particular point, that is when the Mridangam artists and the Uppakavadiyam artists will be together playing this. So the calculation would start like this. Tatikitatum, tatikitatum, it still falls into the 5. That would be 15. Tadang, tadang, tatang, tatang, tatang also is 5 as well. So it's 15 plus 15 equals 30. Then tatikitatum, tatikitatum, tatikitatum is 18 plus the 15. So that will equal to 18 plus the 15, which is 33. And tatikitatum is 7 times 3 equals 21. And we're playing to tatang, 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 tatin. The last tatang, the last dot will come into summum. So it's 5 plus, so to repeat again, 5 plus 3 is 15 plus 15, that's 30. Then you have 6, which is 18, plus 18 plus 15 is 33, so 33 plus 30 is 63. Then tatikitatum is 21. That would be 84. That tang is 10, and that would be 94. And to round it off, we needed 2 more. So that would be the last tang. So that is kind of a little bit basic information of what Kanda Koraipu would be, and I'll pass it on to Suresh to talk about Aditalam Mr. Koraipu.
Thanks, Kabilan. So the Mr. Koraipu I'll be doing is actually an Aditalam Rendikale, which basically means that instead of tapping each beat once, we do it twice. So it's taka dimi, 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 taka dimi. So that's 16 beats, 4 extras per beat. We're up to 64 beats. Now, as a general rule of thumb for Koraipus, for any given talam, if you take the talam length and subtract 1 and push out 8 aksharas, you can play it 8 times. That's basically, empirically speaking, in Adi Talam, we have 64 beats, and we do 8 minus 1 is 7. So we can play 8 times 7 if we push out 8 aksharas. So we do taka dimi taka janu ta tin taka din ta tin ta tin ta tin taka din ta tin ta tin taka din ta tin ta tin ta tin taka dimi takita tam. So there I just demonstrated that we were able to fit 8 times 7 into 56 aksharas, and in order to do that, we pushed out by 8 aksharas from samam. Typically speaking, in any given talam, this rule holds true, and it is perhaps the most, Mr. Koraipu is the most dominant Koraipu that is most typically seen in performances when artists play. Now, in terms of actually how we take those 56 extras and manipulate them, we can do a number of interesting things. The most basic would be, just playing the sevens, but by adding in karves, which are gaps, we can actually manipulate these 56 beats into interesting patterns. So today I'll be demonstrating an interesting pattern, which consists of a phrase followed by karves in a pattern of 1, 2, 3. So I'll say it first, explain the math, and then there's a logical reduction from that, which I'll demonstrate. Taka dimi taka jonu tati kita tom tatom tati kita tom tati kita tom tatom tatom tati kita tom tati kita tom tati kita tom tatom tatom tatom. So here we had a phrase followed by a karve, which was tati kita tom, which is 5, and then we had a ta, which is 1, and then a tom, which is a 4 gap. So we have 5, 1, 4, and basically there's a 1, 2, 3 pattern to this. So this is going to be a lot of numbers, but if you can follow along, it's 5, 1, 4, 5, 5, 1, 4, 1, 4, tatikitatum, tatikitatum, tatom, tatom, and then 5, 5, 5, 1, 4, 1, 4, 1, tatikitatum, 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 tatom, tatom, tatom. Basically, mathematically speaking, we have 5 5s, 5 1s, and 5 4s. That brings us to 55. And we have one last 1 at the end, and that gets us back to 56. And it's Mr. Koraipu. Now, the interesting thing to observe here is that we have an equivalent number of 5s and 1s. So what we can do is we can balance these two numbers to create new patterns. We can go 5 1, 4 2, 3 3, 2 4, and 1 5. And this pattern can be executed by a mridangist and an uppapakadvadyam in the form of a Mr. Koraipu. And after that, I'll kind of demonstrate a natural reduction and finish with the tirmanam. Taka dimi taka janu taki kita tom tatom tati kita tom tati kita tom tatom tatom tati kita tom tati kita tom tatom 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 taka dina ta tom taka dina ta tom ta tom taka dina ta tom ta tom ta tom takita ta tom takita ta takita takita ta tom takita takita ta tom ta tom takita 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 ta tom ta tom ta tom takata tom takata tom ta tom takata tom ta tom ta tom tata tom takata tom ta tom takita ta tom ta tom ta tom tatin takadin tatin kirgadin tatin takadimi takita tatin takadin tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadin tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadin tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadin tatin tam tatin takadin takadimi takita takadimi takita tam tatin takadin takadimi takita tam tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadimi takita tam tatin takadimi takita 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 takita takadimi takita takadimi takita takadimi takita tam takadina takita takadina din tam takadina takita takadina din tam takadina takita takadina din tam. So here we observed the reduction of the 5-1 tatikita tam tatom to 4-2 takadina ta tom, 3-3 takita ta tom, 2-4 takata tom, and then 1-5 tata tom. And after that, I followed the logical Koraipu progression of tatin tadin, where we gave an 8 gap and played 8 sevens, and then we gave a 4 gap and played 4 sevens, 2 gap played 2 sevens, and 1 gap and then played 1 7, and ended with a tirmanam. Now there's more esoteric Koraipus. But again, as I discussed, the most dominant Koraipu in any talam will be the talam length -1. So I'll turn it over to Sanjay to discuss in Rupaka Chapu, where it's 6 -1 5, which is Khanda Koraipu and Rupaka talam.
Maybe just to interject, sorry about that. But there are, again, like an infinite number of variations that you could do with these, especially Mishra Koraipu is very nice. For example, you could take the concept of takadimitakittatam, where basically you have 7, and with each beat you split up as 4 in Chatusram and then 3 in Tisram. So you could actually take that Mishra Koraipu, which is based on a pattern of 7s, and start on Samam and do the first half of the Avartanam in Chatusram and the second half of the Avartanam in Tisram, and it would come very nicely. I can demonstrate like the first couple rounds. So it'll be Tatikitatum tatum, Tatikitatum, Tatikitatum tatum, tatum, Tatikitatum, Tatikitatum, Tatikitatum tatum, tatum, tatum. That's the first round. And then the pattern continues like this, but takadena tatum, takadena takadena tatum, tatum, takadena 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 tatum, tatum, tatum. So these are the types of variations that can happen when we do koraipas that make it a little more aesthetically pleasing.
One thing is that there's no leading gap when you're doing the switch between
Exactly.
Chadashram and Tishram. So that's just an interesting way the math works out, is between the Koraipus and transitioning the nares inside the lines themselves.
Certainly.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Vaibhav and Srinath, for your helpful tips, and also Kabilan and Suraj. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to be kind of just demonstrating the same thing as Suraj said in Rupakatalam. So they both demonstrated in Rendakale Aditaram, which is by far the most popular when you see a main piece, especially one that has a Koraipa section with it. But other popular things that if you are a Carnatic musician or if you're a Mridangist yourself, you might see when you start playing concerts will be either Mishra Chaputalam or Rupakatalam. So I'm demonstrating in Rupakatalam today, as Suraj said, in Khanda Koraipu. So just we can give a quick overview of Rupakatalam. So Rupakatalam is only 3 beats, each with 4 aksharam. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So that means it's overall, it is 12 aksharams. So the best way to kind of manipulate this when you're doing with Rupakatalam is to repeat that same 12 aksharam thing several times over in order to get whatever you want within the space. So when I start my Khanda Koraipu, for example, I'll likely start with a 48 aksharam cycle. So that is 4 Rupakatalams. Now, Khanda Koraipu is divisible by 5. Everything should be divisible by 5. So the easiest denomination of 5 I see within 48 is 40, which is taka takita, or which is 5, or also known as taka takita, 8 times. So it'd be taka takita, 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 tam. And that will come on talam if you start after 8 aksharams. So taka takita, 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 tam. I was actually doing kandam, but it's okay. So that is what you want. But the key thing to see is that it starts after 8. So what you have to do now is figure out how to split that remaining 40 aksharams that you have for kandam the best way possible. And as Vaibhav said, there's infinite number of ways you can do that. So for example, you can start with something simple. For example, you can do ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, di, ki, ta, tum, ta, di, ki, ta, tum, ta, di, ki, ta, tu, ta. So what is that? So first I sang ta, ti, ki, ta, tum. So that's 20 aksharams. Each one is 4. And then ta, di, ki, ta, tum, which is 10, since each solo cut, as I said, is 2 aksharams. And then ta, di, ki, ta, tum, which is 5. You do that twice and you get 40. But that you can do it different ways. So for example, if I didn't want to do the 20 in the beginning, I can do 15 instead. So I can say ta, di, ki, ta, tum, 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 ta. So what is that? Instead of doing 20, I'm doing 15 there. This 10 remains the same, but if I do 15, 10, 5, 5, that only comes to 35. So how do I get that back up to 40? I add 5 more. So that adds an extra 5 aksharams to get it to 40. And it doesn't even have to be in this format. You can do something else. So I can do something completely different that's not even divisible by 5 and still fit it within the 40. So I can do so there, if you notice, there was nothing that was easily seen as being 5 aksharam group. So first they said so that is 8, which is 6, and then so again I did 8 and 6, and then I added 2 more 6 at the end. So together that comes to 40. And after the mridangist or whoever Uppoor, if they're playing at that time, after they do this for maybe like 4 or 5 cycles, they'll do it between themselves. And again, in the Koraipu section, the most important thing is beauty. So you want beauty over everything else. So you don't want to kind of punch the same thing into the ground. Once you kind of get the idea that it's established that this is Khanda Koraipu, this is what you're doing, it's time to move on. So the next thing that you do is you split the 40 aksharams in half for the next part. So 40 divided by 2 is 20 aksharams. So 20 aksharams, if you want to fit in a talam cycle of 12 aksharams per talam, then you have to do for 2 talams after 4. So it'll begin after 4. So be takka dhimi, and then it'll start here. Now here is where you start the gopucha or the reduction, the main reduction. So there's several things you can do here. For example, I can just start by saying takkita dum tadikita tum takkita dum tadikita tum ta. Takkita dum with a gap at the end is 5. Tadikita tum is 5. So again, I'm starting with something that's relatively basic, 5 followed by 5, and repeat that twice, and you end that with ta. But I can also say this a different way if someone else if you want to kind of reiterate the 5. So tadum ta tadikita tum tadum ta tadikita tum ta. So again, I'm retaining the tadikita tum, but I'm changing the beginning. That's from takita tum to tadum ta. So again, it's all just about variations and creating different sounds. Now at this point, I can do, as George said, I can start reducing. So how does the reducing work? When I had 5 and 5 before, it sounded nice, but now it's time for variation. So I reduce the 5 in the beginning by 1. So I bring it down to 4. But when I have 4 here and 5 there, it won't come to talam. So in order to balance that, I make the second 5 a 6. So how that will sound is something like this. And again, this starts after 4. Tadung tadi kitatum tadung tadi kitatum tadung. Tadung tadi kitatum tadung tadi kitatum ta. And I can continue this by again reducing 1 more, so making it 3 and 7 now, and I can say something like this. Tadum ta di kitatum tadum ta di kitatum ta. And again, now I'm at 3 and 7, then 3 and 7, it comes to 20. And finally, I can reduce down to 2 and 8. So something that's 2 followed by something that's 8 aksharams. Tum tadum tadiketa tum dum tadum tadiketa tum ta. And I can also do 1-9, but at that point it sounds a little bit weird as if something's off. So a lot of the time you'll see when people do the gopucha or the reduction, they'll stop at 2 rather than going to 1, although some people do play it. And one other thing you can do, which is very interesting, is you can do tishram. So here, when you do tishram, as Suresh explained, if you guys remember when we were talking about the nade, when you change the nade of anything, basically what you're trying to do is either fit more or less aksharams within the same beat. So normally, most songs are in chatusha nade, which means that they have 4 beats, takadimi, takadimi, takadimi. When you move it to tishram, you move it to either 3 or 6. So takkita, 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 ta. Or if you do it in seconds, takkita, 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 ta. So when you do that, you can do everything that we do. We can do that in tishram as well, and it works especially well for rupakam because rupakam is a 3-beat cycle. So what I'm doing here is if I do a tishram, and I'll just demonstrate 1 or 2, I start at the same place, except instead of doing 20 aksharams, every place where I had an aksharam before, I'm now adding 1.5, or every place where I had 2 aksharams before, where it's chatushram, I'm now adding 3 aksharams. So what is 20 aksharams with space? I'm now trying to take 30 aksharams and play it faster within that same space. And for all of these, it works very well because instead of repeating them twice like I did, now you just repeat them 3 times. So or you can do something else. Or you can do something that doesn't even follow the pattern and it still just will sound good. So after you do this, and usually artists will play Tishram for Rupakam when they're playing the Koraipu. After they kind of do this and get everyone riled up and excited about the Tishram, and like, because Tishram's a little fast paced, so it kind of grasps people's attention very well. They do the next reduction. So now, before it was 20 akshrams, they cut that in half as well. And now it's 10 akshrams. And 10 akshrams can fit in a 12 akshram cycle fairly easily. It's just after 2. So it'd be, for example, and I did that twice, but it's after 2, or you can do and again you can do Tishram here. So once you start getting smaller, you'll find that there's perhaps not as many variations available, but there's always a plethora if you just kind of think about how the numbers work. And after doing the two gap, you reduce one more time to 1 gap. And this is kind of the final step in almost every single Koraipu, and especially in Rupakam. So you'll start after 1, and you'll just do 1 Takatakita, which is 5, because that comes to 6, and you can do 2 of those in 1 Rupakatalam. So tadikita dum, tadikita dum, tadikita dum, tadikita dum, tadikita dum, tadikita tita. So you'll do this for a little bit. And then when you've done this maybe 3 or 4 times with Upapakavadiyam who are playing along with you, you'll move to the conclusion. So I'll just do that really quickly. Tadikita dum, 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 tadikita dum. So what did I do there? So first I played the after 1 tadikita dum, which together with the gap comes to 6 beats. I played that 3 times. So at this point, we're halfway through 1 Rupakatalam, 6 aksharams in. Then I played the just Takatakita with no gap. I played that twice. So that's Takatakita is 5 times 2 is 10. So once you add that 10 to the calculation where we are right now, which is after 6, you come where it's after Takadimi. So we're about to start the 2nd beat of the cycle. And there I just do Takatakita in Tishram. And why I do the Takatakita in Tishram, because now I'm fitting 15 beats within a cycle where each beat is 3 aksharams. So by doing that, I come to Samam. And then from Samam, I just do Takatakita 3 times in fast speed, and it comes to Talam. In Madhyamakala, and it comes to Talam. So by doing this, I'm not only kind of symbolizing that I am ending the Kanda Koraipu because I'm ending with only Kandam phrases such as Takatakita, Takatakita. I'm symbolizing to everyone in the audience that the Koraipu section is coming to an end. And as Kabilan kind of referred to it before, the grand finale, which is kind of the Faran Mora Korve, that is starting to come now. Because at this point, remember, all the Upapakavadiyam and all of the Mridangam and everyone, all the percussion instruments on the stage, this is the first time right here when they're playing that Takatakita, 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 Takatakita. That's the first time in the entire Tanyarataram that all of them are playing at once. So when people in the audience and people on stage hear this, they understand, okay, everyone's coming back together. It's time for the end. Something big will happen now. And that big thing is with the Faran Mora Korve. So with that, I think all 3 of us have kind of given everything that we wanted to talk about. If there's any questions, feel free to put them in the chat, and the 3 of us will do our best to answer them. And Vaibhav and Srinath, if you guys have anything to say, please take it away. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, definitely. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to leave them in the chat right now. I have one question for the audience, actually. Earlier, Suraj was talking about some nare transitions, and he gave 2 very common ways of doing that. One is a korve transition, where you play a korve in Chatusram, and that same korve comes very nicely in Tisram, in another nare rather. And the second way that he talked about, that he discussed, was the morphing into another nare based on manipulation of a certain sarvalagu phrase or something. If anyone in the audience is can say what a very common third way to transition between nares, and then we can maybe discuss that a little bit. Something that's very common in the Manisar school. Anyone? Okay. Okay, I guess I'll just discuss it a little bit. But the third way, most common, is a phrase-based nare change, and I'll give like a very famous Manisar like Mishram transition, where he plays a certain phrase in Chatusram, and that same phrase comes very nicely in Mishram. So, tin tankirtakadin tatin, tinna tankirtakadin, tankirtakadin tatin, tinna tankirtakadin, tankirtakadin tatin, tinna tankirtakatatin, tatin, tatin. Din tagri din 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 tagri din tagri din 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 tagri din tagri din 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 tagri din tatin tatin tagri din 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 tagri din tagri din 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 tagri din tagri din 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 tagri tatin 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 tatin. And we're in Mishram now. So that's a third very common way to transition between nares.
Yeah, one last thing I just wanted to add on to the Taniavatan discussion is at the end, the last korve, or the last lesson where the singer actually joins, that the mridangist needs to keep in mind the edipa of the song itself. So if the song is not samam to if it doesn't start on samam, or if it's not samam to samam, then the mridangist needs to adjust the korve accordingly. And so, for example, in like Ramakada is in Araidam, so it starts after 1. So you would need to play something that goes either from you could either shift the entire lesson by 4, so it starts at Araidam and ends at Araidam, which would essentially be samam to samam, but just moved over 4 beats, or you could play something that starts at samam and ends at Araidam. So for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So anything that would take 11 aksharas would, or in this case, it would be 44 aksharas essentially, would work as a korve that when played 3 times would end right at the edipa of the song. So that's another thing that you should be aware of when making a korve to end the Taniyavatana.
Yeah, and I have a question for you guys, Sanjay, Kabilan, Suraj. If let's say you're given a song that's in Kalaram, Areram, or Mukalaram, what's your preference for where you would put the Koraipu? Would you still do a Koraipu to Samam, or would you do it to the Adam of the song?
Okay, I'll go first. So usually there's Edam and you have to play a Koraipu section. First of all, it's very important because as we were saying in the beginning, Koraipu sections are always done with Upapakavadyam. So it's very important that before the concert starts, hopefully you know this before the concert starts, you have a conversation with the Upapakavadyam artist and make sure they are comfortable either way. Because sometimes you'll see that they may not know how to play to Edam, or may not even know how to play the Koraipu section correct, like fully. And in that case, you have to kind of adjust the concert based on that. Usually artists and mridangamists in general, I believe, try to play it towards the Edam just because it sounds more beautiful and it kind of embellishes on the actual concert as a whole rather than just the Taniyaratnam, since anyways, the Tanyataram will eventually have to end on the Edam in order to get back to the song. So because of that, I personally, and I'm sure many other Mridangam artists will do the same, but I usually try to, the Koraipu section, whenever possible, bring it back to the Edam.
Usually for me, I have both sides, but as a Mridangam artist, usually if I'm doing something in Kaladam or anything other than in Samam, what I would do is for a Koraipa, I would usually for a Koraipa, I would do something in Samam. So not only like it's much easier for an Ukupakwadiyam artist to grab upon, but suppose that an Ukupakwadiyam makes a mistake or a Mridangam artist makes a mistake in playing to the song to that Edam, then it will be then the actual momentum of the Koraipa would be lost. So in my personal opinion, I would think it's always better to do it in Samam first, and then playing it when you're playing with another Ukupakwadiyam artist, that to actually play the Sarvalagu Faramora Korwe in Tadam to the actual appropriate Edam.
Yeah, one other thing I just wanted to add on is sometimes if you're playing to an Edam, you're not able to play certain nades. So for example, if the Edam is Are Edam, or if it's after half an akshram, you can't play something in Kanda nade or Mishra nade because you can't really divide 5 by 2 or 7 by 2. You could technically play, Tishram in second speed and then have it to 3, but in general, those some of the options are off the table when you're playing to the Edam. So that's another thing that changes. There's also a question from the chat. Sometimes the main vocal artist picks up the pace, and what are some tips to follow an increased pace? And should the Mridangist try to help maintain the original pace, or follow the main artist's pace? If anyone wants to talk about that, feel free.
I'll take a stab at it. I think it's something that depends sometimes. I think especially if you're playing for some main artist who's relatively experienced, then there might be definitely a reason, like some songs in certain sections sound better if there's a slight push to them if the Kalapramanam increases. I think as Mridangam artists, especially like learning and developing skill, I think we all rush a lot. So maintaining is something that, we're constantly working on. But, if a main artist does make the conscious effort to push the Kalapramanam of the song, then, we are their accompanists. So I would defer to following the main artist.
I also want to add on, especially to Suraj. Sometimes there will be some scenarios where the Mridangam artist will play exactly to the pace of the main vocal artist, but then you have an Ukupakwadiyam artist who plays a lot faster. So if that's actually the case, usually what the Mridangam artist would usually do is that suppose that the Ukupakwadiyam artist's first solo or the Tanyataram is already finished and they're picking it up in a high speed, usually the Mridangam artist would usually drags the actual main vocal artist's very own pace, so that it doesn't turn out to change the pace differently, in my opinion.
Both Suraj and Kabilan gave excellent answers, but I have to say, as Suraj rightly pointed out, we are, at the end of the day, we are the accompanist of the main artist. So if they speed it up, we have to speed up with them. The important thing is once they speed up, we maintain that Kala Pramadam for as long as we can. Our job is to just take what we have and move with it and continue at that pace. And we should not speed up further than that. If we are already at a very fast pace, we should not speed up. We should not try to slow them down, because then it can not only make it sound awkward to those listening if the Mridangist is just going tak dhime, they're trying to drag it while the artist is just going really fast. And not only that, but if the artist catches on, it can also disrupt their own flow of thought, and then bigger issues can arise than just the one pace of the song. So it's probably better to just go with it and just kind of finish the song as at that same speed.
Right, we have someone in the comments that says, how do you guys assess a kriti that you haven't heard before if it's sung on the concert platform? So basically, what's your approach to playing for songs that you haven't heard?
So I think right off the bat there's a few things you can try to notice. If you're able to somehow discern, or I guess if you know who the composer is, then you can try to draw on their compositions and what kind of patterns may arise in whatever they're singing. And then another thing, there's like certain essential things you have to take note of. What's the item? If the song has item, you have to know it. You have to end appropriately to that. But there's certain factors you can't control for. Like for example, if they were singing Shobula Saptaswara and I had never heard it for some reason, there's no way I'm catching on to this. Like, I think the best thing to do is kind of, this may sound bad, but just like lay low and kind of just keep the kalapramanam and kind of show deference and just make it through. But take note of Edam, try to relate it to other pieces, and if you don't, just figure it out and play it by the ear.
Yeah, kind of building on what Suraj said. Yeah, you just kind of have to wing it if you don't know the song. The easiest way is to just play for the talam, whatever it is. But if there's a chittaswaram, then it becomes really obvious if the percussionist doesn't know the song. But there are ways to make sure that these types of situations don't happen as often, and that is to just learn and familiarize yourself with as many songs as you can. And I think that goes for all instruments, regardless of the instrument that you play, just familiarizing yourself, learning as many songs as possible.
Also, Sanjay, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And this is like one kind of thing that you can do, and this is not like 100% always works. Like if you're playing with someone who plays like Kunakuri Vaidyanathan, this won't work. But if you have a violinist who's also on stage, what you can do is, because oftentimes like when you see sangatis, especially in the pallavi, it's the same bass line and then it's just embellishing on that, adding more gamaka sangatis or notes in general. So if you can kind of see what the violin is playing and you can kind of follow based on how their own finger movement is on the bottom, especially for one of the earlier sangatis, then you can get a very, very good idea. And again, this doesn't always work, but this is something that if you clearly have no clue what is going on, for example, Suraj gave one, or like if you're playing for like Tulasi Dala, where it's just a very, very, very fast-paced song. It's no time for you to sit and think about, okay, how will this song structure go? That's one thing I like to do, kind of just look at that, and then if I can get a grasp from that, then I'll try to follow along with the violinist, because the violinist is usually following along with the main artist themselves. Or I do as Vaibhav and Suraj said, I try to just go with the basic takadimi, takajanu, takadimi, and really keep the pace and not really add my own 2 cents to the thing.
Also, I just want to add a little bit, especially I've seen like a couple of concerts where sometimes you will be in a predicament where a Mridangam artist, what they will do is after because every vocal schools are different. So even though you have one kriti, even though you might know kriti or not, there might be a situation where you might not know the sangatis that they will be seeing, that the vocalist or instrumentalist will be playing. So usually what I would do in this case is, after like one time, try to go like what Vaibhav and Suraj and Sanjay had just explained, try to go a little bit low. And then at the second time, what I will do is I'll try to observe about the vocalist, see what kind of, like, if he's doing the sangati again, and then catch on to it the second time.
I think that about wraps up our second percussion session of this festival. Thank you to all of you guys for being a part of this session, and thanks to everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, and thank you, Sanjeev, Anna, for organizing everything again.
Thanks, everybody. Vaibhav, Srinath, Sanjay, Kabilan, Suraj, you all did a fantastic job, and conveying some of the more. I know we had a session earlier called the violence perspective, and similarly, we have a percussion perspective, and especially with Kabilan also providing the Kanjira perspective as well. So thanks so much for kind of bringing these issues and kind of things that only you would see as a Mridangist to the wider audience. It was a really great discussion. I think you got a lot of good questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we have one more event for the evening. It is, let's see. So we'll have a discussion called, a very interesting discussion called Rule Breaking in Carnatic Music. And Jayant Krishnamurthy from Connecticut is going to be our moderator. And Shreeya, Ashok, and Shruthi Ramesh will be participants. Jayant, that's the group, right?
Yeah. We've changed the title a little bit, but we can start anytime.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I did want to kind of give a little vote of thanks for this festival. I do want to tell you all that when we actually started planning this festival and coronavirus hit, mid-March, we were not expecting to have this festival. And I said, okay, we can't do it this year. We'll do it next year. And then the youth team, setting up with the youth team was like, hey, let's do it. We can do it. We have all these ideas. We can do it online. And I'm really glad we did, because I think you all would agree that we had a lot of fun with the various different activities yesterday and today. So especially I want to thank the SRGMPDN Youth Team for all the work, the ideas they put into this, and then making it happen. And I also want to thank, of course, all the participants, and particularly the moderators. And the moderator role is very underappreciated, but it's so important in the online space, because it's about getting people together and formulating the plan in your head. Because when it comes to doing it live, you have to be ready, with a backup plan. And as you saw today, even with the, switching from YouTube to Zoom, it's unexpected. And those are the kind of things we're going to see more and more of, that we have to know how to deal with as we do more of these online events. So big shout out to all the participants, all the moderators, and of course, all the viewers. And again, I do want to thank SSBT as well for supporting us all these years in the process of developing this festival. The reason we do this is because, one, is fun, and two, it serves to build a Carnatic community nationwide. And you won't believe the number of texts I've gotten from people that I don't know, who said, I have, somebody in high school, my son is in high school or something, and this festival is an eye-opener. We don't have a lot of people in our community around here, and I learn on Skype, so the only person I know is myself. So having a group like this for them is a huge, huge, support for their own development in Carnatic music, and for their own development and in making friends, and a lot of other things that are going to help them later on. So I want to thank you all for realizing the importance of this festival and the impact that you're having on numerous people nationwide. Yesterday we had close to 1,000 unique viewers, and that's unheard of. And so thank you all so much. So with that, I think that's pretty much it. We will go to the last event for today.
Can I quickly chime in as usual? Very quick.
Yeah, sure.
A big shout out to you, Sanjeev. You've been really a great leader. I think this whole the 2 days were testimony to your excellent leadership. You've directed all of us the youth team in particular. You mentored many kids here. A lot of us owe a lot to you. Thank you for doing that. And in particular, your calmness during the this whole mishap this afternoon, that was really amazing. So thanks to you. Thanks for stepping up. Thanks for doing this all these years, and we really hope that you will continue to be the guiding light for us going into the future as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gokulana, and thank you everyone on the chat. Okay, so with that, we'll go to the last event. Jayant, you want to introduce the participants and the title?
Yeah. Namaskaram, everybody. My name is Jayant. I am based out of Connecticut, originally from New Jersey. I'm a student of Gokul. Shruthi, Shreeya, so you guys want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Okay. Namaskaram, everyone. I'm Shruthi Ramesh. I'm from Maryland, and I learned from Srimati Kidnavi Vidyashankar.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shreeya Ashok. I learned from Sri R. Surya Prakash in Chennai, and I'm from North Carolina.
All right, great. Just before we start, all three of us would like to acknowledge Sanjeev and the SRGMPDN Youth Team for giving us this opportunity. I think we have an interesting topic that we would like to share with you guys this evening. So while we're going through this presentation, do feel free to post any questions, comments, observations. We will try our best to answer them while we go if we can, or certainly at the end when we do open it up for discussion. Also, quick shout out to Gokul and Kamal for their valuable inputs in helping us prepare this presentation. And with that, I think, Shruthi, do you want to get started? With the...
Okay. I'll share my screen.
Yep.
Okay. Namaskaram, everybody. Our topic today is rule breaking, a path towards innovation in Carnatic music. Before we get into the presentation aspect, the big takeaway from this whole entire presentation, we want it to be that rules are meant to be broken. In history, I'm sorry about that. In history, if rules aren't broken, then we don't get any difference in the future. We don't get any innovation in the future. And I feel like a big reason that we have gotten so many innovations right now is because of all the supposed rules that have been broken in the past by great Vidwans and Vidushis.
Vinata Sutava Kanashi Ramana Vinata Sutava. Vinata Sutava Kanashi Ramana Vinata Sutava Kanashi Ramana Vinata.
So this is Vinata Sutavahana in Raga Jayantasena. This is performed by DKJ. So this rendition of this kriti in DKJ splits the first line as Vinata Sutavahana Shri Ramana. The actual words of the line are Vinata Sutavahana Shri Ramana. So meaning wise, Vinata Sutta means son of Vinata, Vahana means vehicle. So although the words aren't what it's supposed to be, the musicality of the line and the conviction that DKJ shows in this line really adds to the rendition, even if it isn't what people expected. And ultimately, it stood the test of time. And a lot of people today recognize this as a tradition that's been set by DKJ and his wonderful rendition of the song. So if you look in history, many famous artists have made such adjustments to rules. So some examples are word splitting, like we just saw with Vinata Sutavahana, and then choosing Nerva lines, whether it be a Nerva line that is more popular versus not so popular, versus really wordy lines versus not wordy lines, concert structure, especially with Ariyakudi, unique phrases in a ragam, and where it's come from, like in terms of influences. And one point I really want to highlight is the rules that we're referring to are very, very subjective, and it mostly depends on your bani and your padandaram of what rules you have to follow. Okay, so if you look at evolution of music in terms of rule breaking, there are two there are two big examples that if you look at it. So there's Lalgudi and his introduction of Chatushatishram. Although it's like not really a rule breaking, it's become normalized because of something that Lalgudi introduced. And now it's become something that we sing in RTPs all the time. So you'd sing in Trikalam, it will always start with Kirtalam, and then Chatushatishram is a norm now. So it's become, like in just the 60 years since Lalgudi has popularized it, it's become such a big thing. So it's really stood the test of time to become something that's so essential in music nowadays. And then another example is GNB's introduction of Grahabedam. So when GNB introduced it, many people weren't like, it was not as popular, but now Grahabedam is so popular. A lot of concerts you see will have Grahabedam in Alapanas, in RTPs, and some common Grahabedam ragams are Todi Mohanam, Kalyani Mohanam for that, and Abhogi Valachi. And it's really stood the test of time, which is the big key element that we're trying to highlight. Because if any changes in the past have still stayed to be in our music today, people have accepted it, musicians have accepted it, the Rasikas have accepted it, and now it's become part of what we know as Carnatic music. So I'm going to be covering specifically Ragam, and later Shreyas and Jayant will be covering other aspects of music. So in terms of ragams, this was T. N. Rajatnam Pillai's rendition of a Todi Alapana, and he's known for playing Todi. So the point I wanted to get across from this is that what supposedly are new phrases can get added to ragams as artists explore more and more of said ragam. So in this case, Rajatnam Pillai, since he's a Nadaswara Vidwan, his approach to the Raga Todi is different from what a vocalist or a violinist would sing, especially in that time. But now, because of TNR's great rendition and unique phrases, I feel like the Todi that is presented in his Alapana is becoming more and more evident in vocal and violin rendition of the Ragam, as some of the phrases have transferred over, like all the unique phrases that you saw, like it was part of a different dimension of Nadaswaram playing, but I feel like it's now become more and more infiltrated into vocal and violin renditions, as well as veena and other instruments. So I feel like that's the power of change in the past and how it's become tradition now to sing these what were unique phrases. So one clear distinction I want to make while talking about ragas is the difference between scale-based ragas and phrase-based ragas. So scales were created for phrase-based ragas when people started notating, which is a Western influence. And when you create a scale for something that doesn't really have a scale, it can kind of decrease the free-flowingness and like the musicality an artist can explore. So some examples for phrase-based ragas are Degada, Athana, Yedukla Kambodi, and Shruthi. Some ragas that tend to be scalar are usually ones with fewer compositions and some lesser-known melakartas, and even some more popular ragams like Kiravani could be considered scalar. So my whole point here is that phrase-based ragams evolve when there are new phrases introduced, because they rely on phrases, and if there are new ideas introduced,
and all the artists as well as Rasikas accept this phrase, then it can really add to the whole flavor and feel of the ragam in the future. So specifically, we're going to look at Begada. This is our rendition of a Begada Alapana by Voliti, where he sings Shankari Nive. And one thing to really look at how the traditional Aron Avrohanam of Begada isn't really followed by Voliti, but it sounds exactly like Begada. It sounds as what what you would think Begada is. And the first few phrases, like the first minute of the rendition, mostly does not follow what the classic it doesn't follow that. So an example that he sings, just listen out for it, is Garima. So in the Aronam, it's Sagariga, so Garima doesn't exactly fit it. But this is such a classic Begada phrase, so just listen out for that. So that's a small clip I wanted to show of how Aron Avrohan doesn't necessarily show what a phrase-based ragam is, because you cannot follow it and still be very obviously that ragam. So another aspect I wanted to touch on in terms of ragams was Grahavedam. So as I mentioned in the beginning, Grahavedam was popularized by GNP, and at the time it was not as widely accepted by other artists and rasikas because it was like kind of a distraction from the main ragam, especially when it's introduced in the middle of an alapana. But now, because of many artists taking it up and popularizing it, it's become really common in Carnatic concerts being presented in RTPs and alapanas, like I previously mentioned. So an interesting tidbit to bring up about Grahabedams is the unclearness of whether when you shift to a ragam, you can give gamakams in a note that fits the shifted ragam, but not the original ragam. So in this lectum, Gayatri Akka talks about how she shifts to Saveri, and how technically the way you express the note doesn't fit the original ragam. So this I guess exercise is good to like practice how to do Grahabedam, but it really depends on one school whether or not you can sing it in concert or in practice.
To make a shift to Saveri. So my Saveri Gandharam, which corresponds with the Nishada of Pauli, there is going to be a change in the way it is going to be handled. Obviously, we have many positions in which is defined. Kakali Nishada Chodro, Antara Gandharam Chodro. But if you really, any musician will know that these are only Toraimo positions. But when it changes from the actual values of this, will certainly change from Raga to Raga. So my Saveri Gandhara, but I think when we do Grahabedam, the entire purpose of Grahabedam is to create a certain change in rasa. It is like a kind of.
So in this clip, Gayatri Akka clearly presents how
the Gandharam in Saveri does not exactly correspond with the Nishadam because of the way in Saveri you sing the Gamakans different from how you sing the Nishadam. So a few more examples of Ragam and how it has changed over time is if you look at Dvimadhyama Ragams, originally it was more of a influence from Hindustani tunes. So ragas such as Hamir Kalyani, Dehag, and Yamuna Kalyani were mostly borrowed. But recently, Tanjavur S. Kalyana Raman has introduced Dvimadhyama Panchavarja Ragams. And the system, it's really interesting actually. It takes the first 36 melas, and then instead of making it Sarika Ma Padanisa, it makes it Sarika Ma Shuddha Madhyamam, Prati Madhyamam, Danisa with all the combinations of the first 36. So he clearly gets all the combinations. And the big point with this is that it has become something that people sing in concerts. So it's almost an introduction of new unique ragas that have been added to Carnatic music, just looking at it in a theoretical way. Another example is Kamas. Kamas originally before Mysore Vasudevacharya was not, the Kakali Nishadam usage wasn't as strong, but from Broche Revarura by Mysore Vasudevacharya, the Nishadam in one of the phrases really shows the potential for it in the Ragam Kamas. And now a lot of Alapanas and a lot of Manodharma you see now is like, it contains a Kakali Nishadam. And it shows how there is actually evolution and there's like a way to trace it back. Like it was because, or mostly because of Brocheva Revarura's introduction of that Kakali Nishadam, that it's in music today. It's normalized in Manodharma today. And another example is how new ragas have been introduced. So Muttaya Bhagavatar composed Mohan Kalyani, and it's been popularized with like, especially with Lal Gudi, and now it's a ragam that you hear a lot. So it shows how ragas have changed and have become introduced in the past, and how just in a short time that there is so much evolution.
All right, and with that, we'll go to Sahityam. So, can you guys see the screen? Yep. Okay. So, when it comes to Sahityam, generally the epithet of great composer is given to somebody who has demonstrated an extraordinary blend of Shruti, Laya, and Sahitya, right? And commonly, you refer to the Trinity. People like Purandaradasa, for example, also fit that epithet. So generally, for any aspiring musician, sort of the traditional or unwritten rule is to attempt to do justice to all three aspects when you want to render their compositions. But in the case of Sahityam, the extent to which this is practically or can be practically done is something that is still a matter of debate today. And I like to quote an eminent musician who I won't name, but I've paraphrased, where he says, Shruti is commonly considered the mother and Laya as a father, but Sahityam is treated as a distant relative when it comes to Carnatic music. So the natural question is generally that why is Sahityam not emphasized as much? And I'll try to kind of point out certain aspects of the roles that Sahityam will play in Carnatic music. So the first answer to that question is generally that it's just tradition, or it's just how we've been doing it. When you render certain kritis, either you follow a specific bani or you listen to popular renditions by other vidwans. The kriti that Shruti played in the beginning, Vinata Sutta Vahana, almost everyone sings it pretty much like DKJ does because his parandram is really popular. Another good example of that, it's just tradition, is basically Tyagaraja's Pancharatna Kritis. Now, when you look at the Pancharatna Kritis, the structure of the Sahityam, or the structure of the composition rather, is created for group singing. And they have basically made it in such a way that the musical framing and the patterns stand out, so people can kind of easily follow the Pancharatnams. But unfortunately, what happens is when you split the swarams and the charanams, and you try to extrapolate that to the sahityam, it causes issues with the words. So there are plenty of examples throughout the Pancharatna Kritis, but I'm just going to play a couple of examples here with Jagadananda Karaka. And the first one we'll do is the first charanam, and then we'll go over how the word splitting works. Okay, so as we saw there, the Sahityam, the first charanam, Amara Taraka Nichaya Kumuda Hita Paripurna Anagha is the actual way you split the Sahityam. But when you extrapolate the swaram of the charanam, it becomes split as Paripurna Naga Sura Sura, right? And then at the end where it's San Varajarapta Shubhakara Aneka Jagat is the actual splitting of the Sahityam, because it's talking about how he is the cause of Ananda for all of the world. Aneka Jagadanandaka. So, but again, when you put the swara structure to this, it becomes Shubhakara Neka Jagadanandakaraka. So just things to keep in mind. And then when we go to the fifth charanam, which is even more complicated because it contains a lot of compound words. So let's, sorry if this plays a little bit. Okay, so with this charanam, it's a little bit more extensive, the splitting, in the sense that the first bullet under that, I've listed the actual splitting of the words. Srishti Stityanta Kara Kamita Kamita Palada Samana Gata Shachipati Nutabdi Madahara Anuraga Raga Rajita Katha Sarahita. But when you as you heard, when you put it as a swara structure is, it starts to create splittings which end up actually masking the original sahityam the way it is structured. And then the last example I have here is of Sadinchane. And there's just one particular case here that I'd like to highlight. Okay, so again, the words, the actual spelling is Paranari Sodara and then Sarasi Ruha. But again, when it becomes Parana Ri Sodaraja, because we're trying to capture that jump in the Daivatam from the Mandar side to the Madhya side to the Mandar side. So it becomes split as Parana Ri Sodaraja. Again, this is not to really point out mistakes per se, it's just to be kind of aware of the liberties that we're taking with, when it comes to Sahityam. So sometimes the Sahityam is also used to highlight nuances where, you know, the rules of Sahityam that I described earlier are somewhat adjusted to showcase specific musical ideas. And I'm going to start this one by playing a clip of Ramakrishnan. So at the very end there, is Ramakrishnan style beautifully captures the Shadjam in these kinds of kritis. And basically, you almost forget that he's not singing the Sahityam at all fully in that line. So, you know, it just kind of shows the way his Vidwans have adjusted the Sahityam to like really showcase beautiful nuances. And, you know, in this case, he was highlighting the Shadjam. There's other instances where Madurai has done Swaraksharam on the Shadjam in the Pallavi of Sarasamukhi. Brinda and Mukta have also highlighted the Shadjam in Smarasundaranguni. So, again, creative adjustments of Sahityam that bring out different aspects of our music. Oh, sorry, was I not in presentation mode? My apologies. So the other kind of reason for adjusting the Sahityam is that it can be difficult when you try to do Neraval. So typically the choice of line for Neraval is based on musical precedent and, you know, lines that give good scope for musical exploration in the Kriti. If you try, generally choosing lines for Neraval is more difficult if you consider the Sahityam as well, because there's generally two requirements with that. The line has to be complete and a positive meaning for the line is preferred. So I'm just, I'll play an example here of Pattamar. So the line that she chose in the Kriti Emi Jayasite Nemi is Kama Moha Dasule Sri Ramani. So the line itself is actually, the meaning is somewhat negative in that sense that having become slaves to lust and delusion, Sri Rama. So the musical scope for this line is enormous. I mean, many artists have done Naraval in this line, but when you look at it from a Sahityam perspective, perhaps not the best line to choose. Although, you know, again, in terms of musical content, it's extensive. And we have other examples of Nidhi Chala Sukama where the line Mamata Bandhana Yuta Narastuti Sukama is typically used for Naraval. So there, you know, you have is extolling humans bound by egotism comforting. And then we have the Kriti in Shanmugapriya, Marivere Dik Evera Yarama, where the line itself actually has a positive meaning, but usually when artists render it, the line is generally incomplete in that, you know, it just becomes Sannutanga Shri Venkatesha Nivu. Usually they don't sing the latter half of that line, which is Nannu Brovaka Yundata Nyayama, meaning that you who are praised in the form of Sri Venkateshwara, is it just that you do not come to save me? So the meaning is only complete when you actually incorporate those two lines. But again, general practice is that it's just the first line that's taken. So in certain kritis, it can be a little bit awkward because the kritis structure themselves itself does not lend to proper splits. So a lot of vidwans have creatively used the adjustment of sahityam for musical connections to come back to the beginning of the line. And in doing so, they actually showcase very nice contours of the ragam. And I'm going to let Madhurimani do the talking for that. So, you know, the beautiful connection of Atana, the Jaru going from the Shajjam to the Panchamam is something that you would not really get if you were to sing the whole line in its entirety. And I've kind of drawn lines here where in the Sahityam where they actually go back to the beginning. So I'll continue. So I think the clip kind of speaks for itself how beautifully Madhurimani brings back the certain sections of the Sahityam back to Bala Kanakamechela using really nice phrases in Atana. So you know, these are some of the perspectives really that we can kind of gather from you know, study of the role of Sahityam in Carnatic music. And you know, with contemporary artists, there's a healthy trend in that they're focusing more and more on understanding Sahityam and trying to incorporate proper splits and, you know, a way to keep the Sahityam intact while also doing their Manodharmam, which is certainly encouraging. All right, and with that, I think Shreesh, do you want to pick up on?
Sure. Okay, so the next topic we're going to be talking about is concert structure. I hope everybody is able to see the slides. So what we're going to start out is with the concert structure for pre-Ariyakudi kacheris. So back before Ariyakudi came and implemented his kacheri padatti, Carnatic music concerts were much more similar to Hindustani concerts. There are much fewer pieces. There's a lot more time devoted to manodharmam and exploration. And then the RTP was like the main focus and draw for the kacheri. There's a story in the book by P. Shambhamurthy called Great Composers of a kacheri that Tyagaraja sang, and he actually sang Kamboji for 8 hours. You can understand that like today, no one really does that. You don't hear anybody sing Ragam for 8 hours, much less even 1 hour. That's pretty rare. So back then it was really different. And then along kind of came Ariyakudi. And so he drastically innovated from this existing tradition to bring us the kacheri format. And we all kind of know this, like we were taught it. Like you start with the varnam or you start with a kriti kind of appropriate for the start of the concert, maybe a Ganesha kriti, for example. You sing your sub-main, you sing your main piece, you increase manodharmam like progressively as you go through the kacheri. If it's a long kacheri, you do your RTP, you do tukadas. And of course, you're incorporating a variety of pieces, including contrasting ragams, different composers, all of that. We all kind of know this. Here's an example of an Ariyakudi kacheri list. And beside it, I've color-coded it according to his like strict kacheri format. So as you can see, he's actually followed this like super closely. So he starts with the varnam. He does a trinity composition in a gana ragam. He does his Suddha Madhyamam and Pati Madhyamam compositions. He's got a Ragam Tanam Pallavi in Saveri. Then he finishes with his Tukadas and then a Mangalam, finishing in Madhyamabdi. So you can see like Ariyakudi is very committed to his format. But even then, like he's changed it up a little bit. You can see that even though this format prescribes that the Suddha Madhyamam comes first and the Pati Madhyamam next, actually like he's mixed that a little bit together. And of course, this makes sense because the whole goal of this format is to introduce variety. And so this order of the kritis was the best possible use of contrasting ragams and made it sound as good as it possibly could have. So it's pretty clear that the vast majority of artists follow this padatti really closely. But what makes each artist different from each other? Well, one of the ways is that each artist leverages the song selection and how they present these songs to bring out their own bani. I've given some examples here. So the DKP and DKJ school, their concerts are full of rich and structured parandams. They have really strong sangati development. And we can see that because these parandams are still sung today all the time. And they almost always sing everything sangati twice, pretty much in every recording. All the parandams sound almost exactly the same. They're always sung twice. For Semangudi, there's going to be pieces in his concert where he can develop his trademark fast Sarvalagu swarams and do his rapid fire Sarvalagu and then like classic finishes with almost no kadaves in them. They're basically because that is set of Semangudi's bani, that will always be a part of his kacheri. For Madurai Mani Iyer, on the other hand, he also has Sarvalagu swarams, but his Sarvalagu swarams are completely different from Semangudi. They're geared to like the Sarvalagu swaram combinations, and it's all about the aesthetic of those Sarvalagu swaram combinations and which kritis allow him to maximize the like melodic aesthetic and melodic interpretation of alapana and other things, other manodam. So moving on from that, we should talk about why did we switch from singing huge ragams for hours and then singing RTPs to this format where you have like a very prescribed order for how you have to do things? Well, one theory is that audiences just got bored. So in this article by Vikram Sampath, he was quoted that audience interest had begun to flag and concerts would be punctuated with yawns and snores from the crowd. Basically, people got bored. They didn't want to sit there and listen to ragam for multiple hours and then listen to this huge, intense ragam tanam pallavi necessarily. V. Subramaniam, who is one of Semangudi's senior disciples, he's quoted as saying that Ariyakudi Kacheri has solidity and stability in its structure. So if we kind of take these two things and extrapolate, we can see that the Kacheri Padatti, basically, it created a logical progression throughout the Kacheri, and it emphasized a variety. So essentially, within this format, you could extrapolate and add a variety of kritis, and this resulted in keeping audiences very engaged. Additionally, it helped the musician and the rasika because, for example, starting with the Varnam allows you to warm up your voice, as well as it gets you ready to present the Manodharmam that's coming in the future. So let's talk about some innovations that have been made to this kacheri format. So the vast majority of performers are still really loyal to the Ariyakudi format, but there have been several small tweaks to it over time. So here's some examples. So for example, Alatur brothers, they're credited with popularizing Tirupugal in kacheris. Brinda and Mukta, they did padams and javalis. They kind of brought that to the attention in kacheris. Several different artists have sung slokams before the main piece, but instead of extensive alapana. You can hear recordings of D.K. Jayaraman, M.S. Subbulakshmi on YouTube doing this. There's other artists, including MLV. KVN has done Ragam Tanam Kriti, whereas normally in a vocal concert, you would hear Pallavi after Tanam. He sings Kritis, and other people have done this as well since. For some contemporary examples of innovation, you can see like Ranjani Gayatri have innovated by bringing abangs to the kacheri and putting a lot of emphasis on how tukadas are and like what their role is in the kacheri. Kunnakudi Balamurali Krishna this season has kind of innovated with his Slokam Tanam Pallavi idea. Abhishek Raghuram like does crazy jatis and different nade patterns and laya aspects in his Kalpana Swarams and even during the Kritis. You've got T.M. Krishna, who kind of rejects the whole kacheri entirely. He sings like Varnams, Tillanas as the main piece. There's a recording on YouTube of him singing the Shankara Varnam Tillana, and he actually preceded that with Tanam, which is super interesting. It like doesn't follow what Ariyakudi did at all. But like you can see like the majority of people are very loyal to this format. So there's kind of a compare and contrast thing here. Like people are very solidly stuck to this Ariyakudi format, but there's innovation in other areas, such as like the aspects Shruti mentioned with ragams, with the different phrases that don't fit necessarily in the arohanam, avarohanam, things like that. So it's kind of interesting to see where there's been a lot of revolution and where there hasn't. Moving on, we're going to talk about some talam aspects. So first of all, we're going to talk about mathematically inconsistent kodways. So there are some kodways that are very aesthetic and have a lot of aesthetic qualities to them, but they don't make sense mathematically. One classic one is Aditalam Urukale. It goes tatom, takatom, takitatom, tadigidatom, tadigidatom, tadigitatom. So this kodway is popular because of its aesthetic quality, and if you're not really thinking too hard about it, it sounds correct. So I'd like to show some comments by Chitravina Ravikiran about this. I hope you can hear this.
Shreesh, I think the audio is just not clear at all. It's almost on. I can't even hear it at all. So I think you might just want to.
Is it better now?
Barely.
Okay, hold on. Let me try on my phone real quick, and if that doesn't work, we'll just move on. Here.
Very illegal, but technically, arithmetically questionable codeways like tatom, takatom, takitatom, tadigidatom, tadigidatom, tadigidatom. See, the intent of man has been there to create the second part seamless. So he has to compromise in the first part to make that happen. So tatom, takatom, both are the same thing. But he's camouflaging that tatom and to appear like it is 1 plus 1 over there. So, but that intent is very cute. So, but then, you know, I subscribe to both. I can see both sides of the coin. So I'm absolutely fine with just aesthetics superseding arithmetic sometimes.
Okay. I hope that was somewhat clear. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. But essentially, his point is that to achieve the aesthetic qualities in this kodway, you have to sacrifice the math. The Purvangam pattern is 6-5-6. There's no math there at all. But the point is it has aesthetic qualities. And he's saying like, you can choose to use it for those aesthetic qualities or not. So, but the big thing is if you're going to use one of these kodways in a kacheri, you have to understand that like you are sacrificing math for aesthetics. And so there's a debate there on whether you should do that or not. And that's kind of where what choices you make in music can come out, I think. Moving on, we're going to talk about Kala Pramanam. So strictly, the Kala Pramanam of a kriti should remain exactly like the same throughout the whole kacheri. In practice, artists often speed up throughout the rendition of the kriti or during the Taniyadhanam. We're going to use Maru Balka by Samangudi as an example. I'm gonna play it on my phone again because just for clarity. Okay, I hope that gets you an idea of the Kala Pramanam. He takes the Pallavi. Now I'm going to skip ahead to the Anupallavi and when he comes back to the Pallavi. Okay, I hope that was audible. I'm not sure if it is, but okay. So the point here is that this this excerpt is from the Semangudi Airport Kacheri. If you haven't listened to this Kacheri, you should. It's like a legendary Kacheri. It's like probably top 5 Semangudi Kacheris ever. But the point is, if you go and micro-analyze this Kriti, you can actually learn that the beginning of the Kriti is taken at 88 beats per minute. But by the Anupallavi and by the time he comes back to the Pallavi, he's actually increased to 102. So he's gone up by 15%. But the point is, this Kacheri is so good. So like, if he's breaking this rule, how is it still so good? Well, some theories are that the energy that Semangudi is bringing to the to this Kriti, and by increasing the speed, he's kind of building up this energy. And along with Trichy Shankaran sir on the Mridangam, who's playing almost like playing as perfectly as you can play for this Kriti, especially with the energy he brings when Semangudi goes back to the Pallavi line, you can argue that by speeding up, he's actually achieved this effect that is better than if he had followed the rule and kept it at the exact same speed the whole time. Now, there remains a question of whether you can like do this in your own kacheri. And the things you have to think about is whether you can bring that same energy and whether you can achieve that same effect along with your kacheri team. And that's highly debatable, and you really need to think about that before you choose to do something like this. Next, this is going to be super brief. Shruthi mentioned this in our introduction, but Chatusha Tistram is widely heard in today's kacheris, especially when people do Pallavi Trikalam. But it's actually a really recent discovery by Lalgudi. So I think every youth artist kind of goes through a phase where they're obsessed with like these Leya concepts and doing poruttams and all these kinds of fancy math in their kacheris. But I think if people that sing Chatusha Tistram, especially youth, should understand that there are purists out there that argue that Chatusha Tistram isn't appropriate for singing. The reason for that is kind of out of the scope of this discussion. Essentially, it's from what I understand from what my guru has told me, it's not like a genuine nade in like the Taram system. It's kind of like an artificial construct. But the point is that when you sing these things, you have to understand what you're doing. If you're going to sing Chatusha Tistram, you should understand that it's not necessarily like sampradayam from like hundreds of years ago. You're doing something kind of new. And you should understand the effect that those kind of things have. Going on. We're going to briefly talk about instruments, and then I think we can have some discussion, hopefully, before the end of the presentation. So this presentation would be remiss without pointing out some of the big instrumental innovators and innovations. For example, Chaudeya with the 7-string violin. Like, that's kind of crazy. Like who would have thought to like add 3 strings to a violin and play in the style he did? It's really interesting, and he has a really unique sound. Yu Srinivas, he introduced the mandolin to Carnatic music. N. Ramani, he's introduced the long bass flute, like Bansuri type flute. There's even more like Kadri Gopal Nath and the saxophone. And then, in addition to all these people, they've kind of led to these things being accepted into the Carnatic music. Some ongoing innovations now are like keyboard. Like who would have thought like a keyboard with such discrete notes? Like you can have like a pitch wheel that lets you do gamakam, and then you can do Carnatic music on a keyboard. That's still kind of crazy to me. And then like people are doing electric veena, electric violin in kacheris. So like what effect does that have? It changes the sound, it can do other things, but like it has positive effects as well. So there's like a lot to talk about here in terms of like these innovators and like how these things affect Carnatic music. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see in like maybe 50 years, like how keyboard sounds. I think it's going to sound a lot different than today in Carnatic music, and like what happens to all these innovations, I guess. So we're going to move on to kind of like the conclusion of the presentation, and we're going to open the floor to discussion, hopefully for a little while. I know it's getting kind of late, but I think this is an interesting topic that a lot of people might have some things to say about. So kind of the point of this, this is the part where we talk about how we can apply this knowledge to our own kacheris. So like, what do you do with this knowledge that like, oh, some vidwans have broken rules in the past to achieve a certain effect that they wouldn't have been able to without doing that? So primarily, of course, consult your guru. They're the most important guide on how to do these things. But beyond that, you should really have an idea of what choices you're making when you perform. So when you perform a kacheri, your purpose in the kacheri is to engage the audience. So you should definitely learn to tailor your kacheri to appeal to your audience in a way that suits your strengths. And your strengths can be your personal strengths as a musician, as well as what your bani brings to the table. Know what kind of audience you're presenting to and what they will expect. Not all audiences are the same. And finally, I think the most important thing is have justification for the choices you make. I'm going to use an example here. If you're going to sing Vinata Sutavahana Shri in like your kacheri, right? You should, if you're going to sing it the same way DKJ does, and you're going to break the words like he does, you should know you're breaking those words, and you should have a justification for those. I mean, my style is the Madurai Mani Ayar style, and our Padandram has the same problem. Like the Madurai Mani Ayar breaks that word there. But like if I sing that song and I break that word, my justification is that I am following my Padandram, and I want to achieve a different effect. Like even though I'm completely aware that yes, the Sahityam is suffering a little bit there. At the same time, you should be respectful of other choices as well. Like someone else might choose to change the Padandram slightly to fix that Sahityam kind of split to make it more proper. So with that, I think we can open for a little bit of discussion, I hope. Technically, it's 2 minutes left, but you know, I hope Sanjeev is giving us a little leeway.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for paying attention. We'd be happy to take any questions, and we hope you enjoyed listening to us as much as we enjoyed presenting it to you.
Hey, so this is Gokul here. Can I go first, or do you
Sure.
have an order in which you would like to encourage?
I think Kamal has a question, but Gokul, you can go ahead. If, I can
go first, no problem.
Okay.
Okay. So first of all, great presentation, Jayant, Shreyas, and Shruthi. Really well done. It was very, very interesting, very engaging. It's sort of a controversial topic. When we saw the title slide, rule breaking. People are making mistakes, huh? But then it's really the second part of the title that really is the message that we need to take home from this presentation, which is that people have broken rules, and often that breaking of rules and challenging contemporary ideas have led to some innovations in our system. And this has been happening. Like Kamal, I'm just reading Kamal's comments. It's interesting that I'm probably thinking about a similar theme here in my comment, which is that people have been breaking rules. Existing rules during their own times, since the time of the Trinity, or even before that. For instance, Muthuswami Dikshitar, he innovated the form of the Kriti to include Madhyamakalam Sahityam in every composition. That was a wonderful innovation. He did Madhyamakalam, and then he composed Kritis with different lengths, right? I mean, unlike Tyagaraja Swami and Shama Shastri and the kind of Kritis that used to exist even before them, his compositions, followed like people say it's like a Gopuram structure, like a temple Gopuram, right? It's like it starts off like really, so it starts off grand and then slowly reaches a crescendo and then comes back down. His charanams are long. The charanams don't have lines that follow the Anpallavi and so forth. So he's made many, many innovations like that. Likewise, there's also the innovation of bringing the violin in the first place into our system, right? That's a huge innovation. Someone decided, Dikshitar's elder brother, he decided to bring in, the violin into our, he started playing it, people accepted it, and it has become an integral part of our Carnatic music system today. So when I look at all of this, I can see, two kinds of rule breakings that have generally happened. The first is where, people bring in some changes in order to innovate. They know that they are experimenting, and they're just experimenting with the hope that it will go somewhere. It may not. For all you know, some innovations have just died, right? Some experimentations did not even see through the changes of time and evolution, right? So we don't know that. What we are seeing today are only those changes that have stood through the test of time, including things like the things that you guys mentioned. Ariyakkudi's Kacheri format, that was a huge innovation compared to what was existing during that time. So that's the first kind of rule breaking that I can think of. One is that where people have made some experimentations with the hope that it will stick through and it will stand the test of time. The second kind of rule breaking, if you ask me, is the type where people have just made some inadvertent mistakes and errors. Is that innovation? That is questionable. Can some of them be improved upon? The answer, I think, is yes. Largely, if you see over time, even though people have learned from, I know personally so many people who have learned Vinata Sutta Vahana from DKJ's recording, but they have made the change. Vinata Sutta Vahana Shri Ramana. They consciously made the choice to take the breath after the Vahana, right? So so to me, that second category of rule breaking, I don't know if that's really is something to be thought about deeply or anything, but definitely it does throw light into many of some inadvertent mistakes that have been made by our previous musicians. But the most encouraging fact, as Jayant mentioned, is that people are working on those, they're improving on those. And as Shreeya also mentioned, if people want to stick to their patantaram and just keep it as is, for example, Smarasundaranguni, when I sing Smarasundaranguni, I still haven't I still haven't changed this. The ending, that's how the Nama family, that's how Vrindama's family do it. And that's how I sing it as well. And there are a couple other examples of lyrical adjustments that we make for the sake of musical beauty and aesthetics. And so those are being followed. Some of them are being improved upon. So to me, it's not really clear that the second category of rule breaking is really innovation. So it's really a very subjective matter, and it depends on the artist's temperament and personality to whether to embrace some changes and make the corrections required, or just stick with what they've learned. Okay, so I've been talking for a long time, but I hope the points I made were clear.
Okay, I just wanted to add something to something you mentioned. The point you made about inadvertent, let's say, innovations, like or if mistakes or any kind of rule breaking, essentially. I think something positive can come out of it if you just take what Shreeya said in the very last slide, is if you keep an open mind about the possibility that things could come out of something when you least expect it, right? So I think if musicians, if artists in general, look for these kinds of freshness in avenues that they wouldn't expect, normally speaking, I think you can get something fresh out of that.
Sure, you would, but one thing to keep in mind is we as music students and music learners, we have to be really humble about just saying that, okay, DKJ has made that mistake, and so that gives me the artistic license to make similar, to extrapolate and make similar adjustments in other compositions. Okay, so that's probably not the right thing to do. And I think the way to think about these things is that, okay, DKJ has done it in Virata Sutta Vahana.
okay, that if I really like DKJ's pardam, I want to strictly follow that pardam, I'm going to stick with it, knowing, like Shreya mentioned, knowing that, it's probably incorrect lyrically. However, when I learn another composition, I will make my best effort to use the current knowledge to the best of my ability, and pronounce things correctly and make adjustments as required, and as flexible as that flexibility is available within the framework of my Bani. So I think that open-mindedness, as you mentioned, should be really an integral part of any musician. And I know Kamal is having some thoughts about these topics as well.
Kamal, would you like to add something?
Yeah, on a slightly different note on what I actually wrote in the chat. What I mean, I'll just kind of give a little, very, very brief background on what I mean. But starting from, if we take the golden era back then, Ariyakudi, KV, and MDR, all these artists, we tend to focus so much on, especially today, I notice, and I have to be careful how I phrase things again, because these are very controversial topics. But we notice how, we're all, you can see so many common elements, and then we take from the common elements, but I feel that we don't take from the differences enough. And the reason, and maybe again, I shouldn't generalize this, but if you listen to even Ariyakudi versus KV and learn from Ariyakudi, you can see that there's a world of a difference in the way they present a song. With that, but there's no doubt that KVN is still Ariyakudi's student, and there's no doubt that the Pathantaram is still followed very strictly many times, even in like songs like Hetsari Kada. I've heard both Ariyakudi sing it and KVN sing it, and of course KVN has made his own embellishments, if you can call it that, or his own dimension to that song. But for the large part, you can see many similarities. So I guess my question is coming to, what is it that led to that much variety back then? When we listen to music, we can listen to MDR, Madhuramani Iyer, Brindama, all these artists where we can get almost a different feel from each artist, even if we take the same ragam. Not just in Sangatis, I'm not saying like it's a different alapana, but even in the Gamakam structure, the way they even sing certain Sangatis, even the Gamakams itself changes. MDR's Sahana is very different from Brindama. Sahana is very different from, I'm not saying they're not similar aspects. There definitely are many similar aspects. So in that aspect, do you think, I'll phrase this into a thought as well. I do think that a large part of this is because they didn't really care what other people thought. I think they were very true to their own music. This is how I will sing. I'm very okay with this. This is my style, and they were true to it. And they're okay with conflicting opinions. I mean, everyone is allowed to have opinions. Some people might like a certain style, some people may not like a certain style, and that's completely okay. And I think that might be the reason why there was so much difference. But in terms of that level of difference and that level of musical variety that we get to take from, do you think that, or how do you see that moving forward in accordance with what you were talking about in your lectum?
Well, I just want to add something, a thought to them. This is something I think I mentioned both to Shruthi and Shreya, and a little bit of a controversial thought. But I was kind of mentioning them, given the proliferation and just the sheer amount of music that we have today, I sometimes question whether it's possible for anyone to really innovate or be original.
That's my question. I did not ask it that way, but...
Yeah. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. Essentially, I kind of think it's sometimes, they might have consciously made a decision not to listen to thousands of artists. I mean, I'm exaggerating here, but the plethora of artists that we listen to today, perhaps they consciously made a decision, to kind of listen to a select few artists and forge their style in without really getting distracted by the music of other people, for lack of a better term. There, so I think that kind of mindset or lack thereof kind of certainly plays a role in I think the length and breadth of innovations, as you put it.
Right. And just to add to that, Jayant and Kamal, I think it is also that they were not able to do that during that time, right? I mean, there was less accessibility to technology and so forth. So they weren't really able to do that. But today, like every artist is expected to do a Pallavi. Everyone is expected to do Narval. Like, everyone is expected to do Kalpana Swarams with a fancy Korvai. Forget a simple Korvai. Everyone wants to do like a 2 Avarthanam 128 Matra Korvai with Tishram and Khandam in it, right? So everyone wants to do that. Whether they learn from, they learn weighty Padam style compositions or simple Tyagaraja Swami compositions.
Just quickly, Akshay is mentioning that in Hindustani music, people of various gharanas were often forbidden from listening to people of other gharanas. Can you guys comment? I don't know if, I don't really know if that was necessarily the mindset that was practiced in Carnatic music. There might have been, I suppose, certain gurus certain barnis over time that kind of did not really gel with other ones. But I don't know if people necessarily had the attitude in Carnatic music, so to speak. Kamal or Gokul, any comments on that?
Jayant, can you repeat your question again?
I was just kind of trying to contrast what Akshay said with regarding Hindustani music. He's saying that people of various gharanas were often forbidden from listening to people of other gharanas. I was just wondering to what extent that would actually be true in Carnatic music. I can't imagine it would be exactly in that manner in history, in Carnatic music history, right?
I think, yeah, go ahead, Kamal.
No, I think my only response to that is that, yeah, while learning, I think there is that kind of, not forbidden, but you can listen to anything but kind of follow this style. But I would say that, again, at some point, the student does, have his own flair to it. Again, I would use the example of Ariyakudi and KVN for that.
Yep.
I don't know if Gokulana has something to add to that.
No, I think I just wanted to say that in the Carnatic system, ever since everything moved to Chennai, from Tanjore and from the courts, the system itself became a very, very community activity. Every single family, I would say a lot of us have learned music. A lot of our ancestors have learned music. They are exposed to music. They listen to music, and it's much less so in the case of Hindustani. Having grown up in Mumbai, I have found that at least a community of people would be interested to listen to a large community of people would be interested to listen to, especially those coming from South India, would be interested to listen to Carnatic music. But the same is not true of North Indians. Or people that are native to Maharashtra and Mumbai and so forth. There was that interest level to listen to Hindustani was not really there. It's very different. Carnatic music versus Hindustani are really very different in the sense that Hindustani is really classical in the sense it's a classy form of music where higher strata of society were used to embrace that art form and listen to it. And correct me if I'm wrong, Akshay. Whereas whereas the Carnatic system has evolved into something more homogeneous across the society. In large part, of course, there are differences. There are debates about how much it has penetrated into the society and all that. I don't want to get into that, but it still remains an art form that a large section of the society has embraced. And therefore, these kinds of restrictions about, hey, don't listen to this person, don't listen to that, I don't think that really has been the case in our system. Because if you see, there's a nice music academy, there's a Sadas where every artist comes together. Cleveland Festival has been going on for so many years now, so many decades, where all artists get together. The music academy was really formed for that for the very purpose of bringing musicians together. And today, more so than ever before, musicians are all coming together. I don't know how many of you saw that Maitrim Bhajata video of so many musicians coming together, young and old, everyone coming together and singing. So it's, our system is sort of different in the sense that it is a very community building system. And it's not only about the individual artist anymore.
Okay, just before we wrap up, I just wanted to quickly ask Shreeya and Shruthi if they had any thoughts on what Kamal had said. If you guys want to add anything?
I did, if that's okay. So Kamal was pointing out that he's asking do you think we're going to see the same kind of innovation now? versus like in the past 250 years, like coming from the Trinity times. If I understand the question correctly, I'm gonna stretch the definition of innovation a little bit, and of course these are all my personal observations. But I found that like recently, I feel like people are really like digging into history and like kind of changing how we sing Carnatic music on stage to fit like what's like the really old stuff. Like what we consider Sampradaya might be from like Madurai Mani Iyer's time, B.K. Jayaraman's time, like that kind of time, Semangudi. But for example, I'm going to use the Kriti Maye, Tvam Yahi as an example, Dikshita's Kriti. So this Kriti is composed in Ragam Tarangini. So the way that in my Madurai Mani Iyar Paadandram, you sing that, it's not really Ragam Tarangini. It's actually basically something pretty close to Senjaruti. It's maybe some small differences, but you can hardly tell. I actually heard recently Ramakrishnan Murthy sing this song, and he actually sings it with the Suddha Daivatam, which is like the more authentic original Tarangini. So I think if you consider it an innovation in the sense that like some younger artists are changing what is sung on the concert platform, it's not necessarily new. It's like he's just taking what was sung maybe like, I don't know, 500 years ago, like in the time of Dikshita and singing it now. I don't think it's not like totally something out of the blue, but it is different from what people were singing 50 years ago. I think in that sense, there's innovation there. Like T.M. Krishna, for example, he's taken the Sangeeta Sampradaya Pradarshini notations, and he's tried to record the Dikshita Kritis from that notation like they would have been sung in Dikshita's time. Now, obviously, you can debate like how accurately can you take those notations and turn it into recordings. But I think my point is that people are trying to do these things. Yeah, so I mean, if you can consider that an innovation, then sure, I think people are going to innovate. I don't know, it's debatable whether that's considered an innovation or not, but that was my point.
Yeah, I agree with what Kamalakiran and Gokulana both said. I think that going back to the point about like how modern day, like with recordings and stuff, I believe that we're a little bit more limited because we want to be like all these grades. We want to listen to an MDO, we want to listen to J&B. Even if they aren't technically part of our school, we minutely get influence from everyone else. So I feel like there might be a little bit of a limitation in possibly how much we can grow, but I still have good like faith in that we will like have more changes now that will stand the test of time and have different changes in the future. And I feel like it does have scope.
All right, great. And with that, I think if anybody else wants to add any comments, more than welcome to. If not, I'll hand it back to Sanjeev.
Yeah, I think let us kind of wrap it up. We're well over time. But it was a great discussion and great, I'm glad we had that long of a discussion and coming up with some of the points, especially the Gharana point, and we try to compare Carnatic and Hindustani at times, and they come with very different origins, and it may explain the differences in how the different types of musicians think about these things. So thank you so much, Jayant, Shreyas, and Shruthi, for kind of bringing this discussion. And I understand Kamalakiran and Gokulana provided a lot of feedback or input for this discussion as well. So thank you all. With that, we have reached the end of the festival, believe it or not. Thank you all so much for sticking with us for 2 days, yesterday and today. The videos of, yes, virtual applause for everyone. Let's do that. And then, so the videos for yesterday and the first half of today that was on YouTube are already uploaded to the YouTube channel. And then this portion I'm recording in Zoom, and I will upload it tonight for you. The last thing is I just wanted to thank one more person, which is my wife, Padmini. She, behind the scenes, has been doing quite a few things here and is good reason that our technical delay earlier today was only 20 minutes. So I want to thank her for everything she was doing here. With that, thank you all. If you are not on the SRGMPDN email distribution, please email us at sarigamapadani@gmail.com. And we'll add you on the distribution. We have a lot of activities coming up in the next few weeks, as you know, virtual concerts every other Friday and jamming or discussion sessions every other Friday as well throughout the COVID time. So with that, thank you all. That's the end of our festival, and thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sanjeev. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, bye.
Bye.